Been a very impressive adventure so far from Vittorio Veneto in northern Italy, part of the country that you know well, and a rider that's part of an emerging battalion of talent from Italy. There really are a lot of riders at this level, and you know, other riders bubbling under. I mean, it's quite encouraging, isn't it? The Elisa Longo Borghini effect, are we going to call it that, or is there another reason for it? But it feels like there's a lot of talent emerging from Italy at the moment.
Absolutely. Top Girls vs Bortolo has been there since the time I was probably able to remember things, and it's always been so consistent in getting talents and making them grow and evolve, and of course, like letting them go when it was the right time. It's absolutely fundamental to have such teams, and being able to develop also riders, not maybe burn them too early. It's really important, and they have also the support of good sponsors, I have to say. So it's quite important, and also sponsors invest in these realities, because they are not investing maybe in World Tour teams, which maybe is easier to invest in. So it's quite nice still that there is this mentality, and we see also from the jersey they have the sponsor of Pinarello. Of course, the bikes they are racing in, like on is Pinarello, and yeah, it's super good to know.
Yeah. It's a good structure, and I mean, you need the different layers, don't you? I mean, you obviously need World Tour teams, but you need those teams at continental and pro team level as well to provide that ladder, that staircase to the top of the sport. UAE Team ADQ have much to cheer for today. Carlos Winkels is going to be an important support rider for Elisa Longo Borghini. She's actually performed a decent distinction on this climb in the past. She stays in there for a long time on the hill, and even when she's detached, she usually keeps the pressure on the pedals to be there should Elisa Longo Borghini encounter any difficulty, and she's come up with some decent results. 17th on the hill last year at 2:47, 14th the year before, so she's going to be an important support act for Elisa Longo Borghini, along with Silvia Persico today.
Yeah, exactly. In the end, if we look at the start list, and especially in the UAE Team ADQ, we see a pretty comprehensive lineup, because you have a support on the climb with especially Silvia Persico, and yeah, support on the flat, which is absolutely vital when it comes to win conditions. So that can potentially be something we will see today. And we saw, of course, last year especially, it was fundamental for Elisa Longo Borghini to get extra seconds and to surprise also other GC riders. So I'm pretty keen to see how the race will unfold later on, because the only way is to surprise such an experienced team on the field, and of course, like being also on home roads, have an extra motivation for them to do well. I mean, also Elisa Longo Borghini, she did several articles, she did several interviews, and I have been reading them in Italian, and she was saying that also coached with Paolo Slongo, former coach of Vincenzo Nibali, and in comparison to last year, she came here with less condition, but on purpose, because last year she came here first year in UAE Team ADQ. First race for her was UAE, and of course she had a little bit of pressure, and of course she had to be 100% ready to race. So she did 2 weeks on top of the mountain on Teide, as we mentioned earlier, like in the race, and therefore not 3 weeks, not too heavy training. She focused more on like on the basic, with some strength training, with some standing starts, and some strength in the gym as well as on the bike. That allowed her to have a pretty basic foundation, but at the same time the strength to have, and to have on a race with the different accelerations and whatever, as well as like working on the threshold. It's also pretty vital. So she also exercised on that. But at the same time, she said that I'm not in the same condition of last year. I also have an extra kilo than last year, and also at the Giro Women she was pretty lean. But she said that it's better to have an extra kilo right now, because I am looking forward to do the classics really well. So that extra kilo maybe allows me to have a better resistance. It's going to be a little bit of a protection, because if you are too lean early on in the season, when you race too much in the north and in the cold weather. Of course, like having a little bit of extra weight and allows you not to get sick and to have extra power, extra watts in the flat section, which is fundamental in the north.
Yeah, really easy to pick up an illness, and that's the challenge, isn't it, for the riders? They've got to try and manage their bodies as best they can throughout the year. So it's been a big topic of conversation, actually, hasn't it, in bike racing over the years, and particularly in the last sort of 6-8 months, particularly around the women's side of things, and sometimes controversial, but I mean, it's a high performance sport,
absolutely,
isn't it? And, yeah, there's a lot of analysis that goes into it, and interesting to hear those thoughts. She certainly has been managing expectation this week, hasn't she, Elisa Longo-Borghini? She hasn't been talking up her chances. She has said it is a major objective for the team, but you've got to think the long term. You've got to think about the goals throughout the season, and it is about staying robust and strong. That's certainly what Sarah Lucon is demonstrating to us today. It's third day in a row, I think, in the break, and Sarah Lucon, or at least in some sort of a move of significance, and she's opened up an advantage of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. I mean, I presented one scenario, of course, which has actually played out yesterday, whereby a breakaway goes up front. There's a bit of anxiety, and suddenly the pace increases in the main peloton behind in the crosswinds, and then suddenly the advantage of the leaders out front, they're scooped back into the fold. That's depressing and disappointing when you've just made so much of an effort, and it's exhausting for the riders, and they end up not being ahead when it comes to that intermediate sprint, which is their goal. The other scenario, of course, is that, you know, you're out front, you open up a big margin, there's a huge scrap behind, and of course it splits to bits, and you end up in a situation whereby a rider from a relatively lowly ranked team might be scooped up by a smaller select group of favourites that have detached themselves from the rest of the peloton. So you might actually get a bit of a result out of it. You might be sort of escorted to the bottom of the hill in a much bigger group than you are, a much more elevated situation than you would have been. And of course, you could be just where you need to be for those intermediate sprints. So certainly well worth this investment from Sarah Lucon, and just fascinating that she was given this opportunity, and that no other, well, particularly the Vinnie Fantinis, weren't interested in getting involved. Just tuning in, 145.4 kilometers of our 154 kilometers today, so just coming up on 10k in the legs, and pretty impressive work being done by our lone raider out front, Sarah Lucon. 2 minutes 20 and counting, and she's bidding for that intermediate sprints classification jersey. The Tocqueville's Fassa Bortolo squad pushing on. One notable non-starter to tell you, Anna Brecken, the SD Works star, two-time world champion, two-time Giro d'Italia winner. She is unfortunately a non-starter. She's sick overnight, unfortunately. No further details, but that's a source of frustration really for the SD Works squad. Little fly in the ointment in what's been otherwise an exceptional week for them. 3 wins from 3. Lorena Wiebes said it's a double triple, isn't it? Because she won 3 stages in the 2025 edition, 2 the previous year. She won a stage in 23 as well. And all fun out there at the moment. Kind of hard to separate Francesca Koch from the other riders. She's in the black jersey of leader of the intermediate sprints competition, but it's hard to tell, isn't it? Yep. Not really any significant difference. And fabulous piece of hoodwinking for her teammate there. What a shock it would be for Eva van Aert to find that it's Francesca Koch on the right-hand side. Francesca mentioned yesterday that Eva can climb a bit, so a lot of attention and focus on Juliette Berthet today, but no doubt Eva van Aert will want to be there to support as far up the hill as she possibly can, and Koch herself as well, I think, is just trying to see if she can get through that 10.8 kilometers at 6.6% in a position where she can come up with a decent result and support this woman, the former French champion, Juliette Berthet. As I mentioned, she knows the climb, but she was 2 minutes and 11 seconds down on Borghini. Yes, last year, 12 months ago. 20th up the hill in 2025. Lorena Wiebes, 4 minutes and 22 seconds down.
Yeah, without another Brechen in the end, they have to potentially work for Hebelin, Steffi Hebelin, the Swiss champion.
All smiles at the moment, all very relaxed indeed from Juliette Berthet. C'est fromage, or formaggio, I think in this case, for Sarah Lucon. Alone, solo, it's a lonely road. Very straight road as well. Still increasing her advantage. She needs all she can get as well. Steady tempo. Fundamentally, at this point in the proceedings, that wind coming as it does from the southwest. She'll be mostly to her advantage. She's going to make a hairpin turn pretty soon, and that's will be a little bit more in her face at that moment. This one's set to be a slow burner. A burner out there, certainly north of the mid-20s. It'll be warm enough, and we would certainly expect to see a few ice packs. Hydration is so important. Situation on general classification, just to remind you, it is of course Lorena Wiebes as a result of her 3-stage victories so far this week. She's in fine fettle at the top of the general classification, ahead of Lara Gillespie. Currently an 18-second margin, the two sprinters, and Zoe Backstead as well, 23 seconds, leading the young rider classification. Chiara Consoni at 24 seconds. Francisca Koch has scooped about a second or two, so she's got a 25-second margin and a little bit of an advantage over the strong climbers. It's all sprinters, though, in the top 10, top 12, top... what's the first of the decent climbers? There's a big clump, a big bunch. Most of this bike racing, all of the significant general classification contenders are in a group at 30 seconds. So that's the margin, the advantage that Lorena Wiebes has. Not that we're talking about her as a GC contender, of course. So it's honours even, really. All the GC contenders are right there. It's level pegging.
Yeah, it's like starting from zero on the stage 4.
One shot for glory. The EF Education Oakley squad, almost a full complement of riders, and they've been active in the first few days of racing. Always interested in trying something a little bit different. Kim LaCourte maintaining a position down towards the back of the peloton. She kind of likes it down there this week. Wide open roads, not too much in the way of road furniture to contend with. It's been a policy worth pursuing.
Yeah, at the moment she enjoys being at the back of the peloton now that the speed is not so high, and she also maintains a little bit of gap, so in case of a potential crash she has all the margin to brake and not to be involved. And at the moment it's a good position to be in, because they're not, as we saw earlier on, it's not like a super fast pace tempo they are putting on. At the moment there is the tempo set by ST Works per time. So of course also later on in the stage, when they have to be like starting to get the things on, no, with the pushing of the brake. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to take on the responsibility now that, of course, Lorena Wiebes has the jersey, but of course she's not the favorite of the stage. So potentially we will see other teams.
Is it the UAEs? Do they have to take responsibility for this, or is it? I mean, are they virtual
Normally,
jersey?
yeah.
Everybody's level pegging. It's, you know, they can easily say, well, you know, someone else do it.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
Practically, it's up to them. It depends, like, how confident the teams are on their GC leader. But of course, like, the main favorite of the day, everybody know that's Elisa Longoborghini, of course.
Marina Weavers pretty much has that jersey won. She's got to ride it to the top of the mountain and collect the final green jersey. It's a jersey she hasn't worn in competition all week, but she has held all week, so it's an odd situation. But Weavers is happy enough to hand that one over to Lara Gillespie, who similarly has a commanding position in second place. No one going to threaten that one, likely. It's been a good week for Gillespie. A couple of second place finishes, getting closer. I feel something special is going to happen. We've got 22-time Grand Tour stage winner Andre Greipel as part of their backroom team, strategizing on the sprints, coaching that squad, and you'd have to say it was effective stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Having Andre Greipel in the staff is, of course, like an advantage for Lara Gillespie. Of course, it's like hard to beat a rider like Lorena Wibbers at the moment, and sometimes he says, because I also read lots of articles about him suggesting what to do, but not only to his team, UAE Team ADQ, but also like he says just a kind of wake up, not to work for ST Works, of course. That's the first probably rule.
Something we've spoken about this week, isn't it? Yeah, don't give them an armchair ride.
Yeah, because like in the end, beating Lorena Wibbers, it's not like doing the final kick of 200 meters to go. It's about like surprising her before, like creating crosswinds, of course, because in the end she's the fastest. So of course, if you come there and you work for her, and then you are in the same group as she is, of course, like she has a top speed. She's gonna win by 2 bike lengths. We've seen it, and of course, like she also finds her way, like also by her own, without Barbara Guarischi. Like these 2 last sprints, like where the written proof that she is able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a sprint day today, so it's not something we're focusing on for later on this afternoon. But having reflected on the first 3 days of racing action, it's definitely worth. I mean, it's something that Greipel mentioned, is that you've got to ideally isolate her, and the perfect scenario is that she gets dropped or gets detached somehow from the lead group close to the finish of the stage, and that's going to make it difficult for her to sprint. Up over 3 minutes now for Lucan. Fans out the side of the road, taking in the colour and the pageantry and the spectacle of big-time bike racing at World Tour level. It's a colourful carnival, isn't it? Cruising along these roads and offering a slightly different experience to the usual fare on a Sunday afternoon. That's as far, and we're into a headwind, by the way. The wind information that I had was actually from the southwest, but with that graphic on screen suggesting actually that it's a bit of a west-southwest, so it's coming more from the west. That's going to change things up a little bit today, but I think fundamentally it still there's plenty of opportunity for some crosswind racing today. Make a little bit of a right turn. Lucan bidding to try and get on terms in that intermediate sprints classification. As I mentioned, she's 1 point down on that one. Separate level on time, I should say, with Sonia Rossetti, or level on points at 13 points, 1 point in adrift of Francisca Koch. Zoe Backstedt, Femke de Vries, Juliette Berthet, Nina Berton all have scored points, but none, with the possible exception of Nina Berton, I think would be interested in trying to take the 8 points maximum at one or other or both of the intermediate sprints today. So they're within a mathematical position of winning that jersey. That's 7 riders in total. Actually, a few more. Yes, a few more than that. But suffice to say, I think we can really sort of narrow it down to Lucon and Rossetti against Francisco Cook, and well, it really depends on how things transpire out on the roads as to whether that's going to be a possibility for them. Still no sign of the torpor being shaken in that main peloton. Not quite a cafe ride, but not far off it at the moment for the for that peloton. There's a long way to go. This is comfortably the longest stage of the week as well. Fatigue starting to accumulate, just 4 days in, but still, it's an early season stage race. Not everybody has had a fabulous winter of preparation. Back to the urban sprawl of Al Ain and back past the Hazza bin Zayed Stadium, from whence we began. Now, the rider's just rolling up around the outside. Is that
That's
just...
Blackstep, I think. Or someone of UAE, actually.
Maybe just bottle distribution, is it? There's a musette on the back. Yeah. And the aforementioned Francisco Cook down the back of the peloton at the moment, utterly unconcerned about the progress of our theoretical rival for the sprints jersey, Sarah Lucon, settled into her effort and still pumping the pedals with efficiency. A little straight-armed, perhaps. She will be feeling the effects of 3 tough days of working her way into breakaways, working in them when she got there. Study and focus and concentration. The classification jerseys we mentioned, Zoe Backstedt looks after that, or is wearing, as a result of leading the young rider category. She's got the white jersey on her shoulders, 3 seconds ahead of Nienke Veenhoven, the Dutch sprinter with the Bismarck bike squad. Alexander Volstad has been tipping around the top 20 this week as well. Karis Lloyd had a good top 10 on day one. A few riders have found this week to be a little more challenging, it has to be said. Katrina Olerud is a good climber, and she'll be one to watch on this climb. I wonder how she's managed to rehab that injury, a few scuff marks that she picked up on day one. Olerud was 11th last year, 154 down on Elisa Longo Borghini, so knows the hill and can perform well on it. Only she knows just how compromised she was by that crash on day one.
She seems to enjoy racing anyway. Of course, like, crashing is not something you hope for on the first stage or out of 4. Well, she seems to be pretty okay after all. I mean, in the end, you have to think that nowadays, luckily, the teams are being taken care of by Swannies and sport psychologists, and also coaches. They are there to help you together with your DS. It's really important, because before, like, also talking about psychology and sports psychology especially, was like a little bit of taboo. So I would have liked back in the days when I was still racing that it would have been so open to speak with a sports psychology, because it helps so much in the end. I mean, doing the life of a professional cyclist, especially, is like quite hard. It's quite of a solitary life. So you are away for so much time. You do so many races in your calendar, and sometimes you don't have anybody that can substitute you, even though you are sick or have problems. Because life, in the end, it's all also about managing like daily problems that can be either small or big. And also, like, high intensity sport as it is, it's not like super good in the end. So you need to be strong and to have the support you need.
Yeah, it's a solo pursuit right now for Sarah Lucon. She needs that mental strength and all the support she can get from her team as she cruises along. In the middle of the block at the moment. What's that going to be? Something like a 15 or a 16 maybe. We've decided that we've settled on a 15. Yeah, probably a 53 up front. So work out the cadence. You can count the revolutions there. We can get a speed worked out. It's a fluid style, that's for sure.
Yeah, she still has a good pace in the end in the legs. She of course doesn't have any help, which of course like it takes a lot mentally to just look at the road as just like straight for many Ks, you know, just on your own, just trying to follow the line of the car in front of you, and
you could go mad.
Yeah, indeed, you have to be really mentally strong. I was saying that just a few moments ago, but it's not as easy that it seems to be, or Sarah Lucon like makes us to believe that it's like so easy. But she's been on her own now for about 20K now, and she's gonna be maybe alone for some more.
Well, sometimes the breakaway riders end up with having a sort of more familiarity and a bigger relationship with the moto cameraman and the motorbike riders than they do with other riders, because they spend so much time out front and they get to know those motos and get to know the camera people and have a little bit of light relief and a chat here and there, and maybe there's an occasional opportunity to take in the sights and sounds and the wildlife might be presented to you. Lucon looks easy on the pedals though, doesn't she? Proud moment for her, and it's so important for the team as well to be showing that jersey. Hugely important that they justify their team, of course, just trying to keep her motivated and energized and awake. Just eased off the throttle there just a little bit too much.
Yeah, she was speaking with the DS, trying to understand the advantage she had. Plus, the DS said, "Yeah, it's only up to them to take on and to just bridge the gap and come to you. You just have to continue." Yeah, just stay motivated, and here's why. Because Volker Wessels have decided there's quite enough of that, really, and they have decided with the Phoenix Premier Tech squad, Max Poland was the rider who decided that that's quite enough of that, and maybe, just maybe, we can create a little bit of pain and hurt. And it's an interesting scenario, really, for the Volker Wessels squad. They probably thought, well, you know, I'll get an advantage to get clear of the field. 346 down on general classification. I'm not a worry or a challenge. The Phoenix Premier Tech squad, quick and alert to that one. Only Charlotte Cole within 30 seconds of the race lead. She's a sprinter, so none of their riders really a GC contender either. But noticeable that Lara Gillespie was quickly on that one as well. Ever vigilant for the UAE Team ADQ squad. Let's get a look at this again. Was this more as a sense of, I can't do this any longer? I think it's time to try and see if we can force a split here. Phoenix Premier Tech quickly all over that one, and Top Girls Faso Bortolo as well, wanting to respond and ensure that if anything is going to counter, that they are there to defend the interests of their solo race leader.
Sarah Lucan. So that brief flurry of excitement certainly shook the cobwebs off of there a little bit, didn't it? And that's welcome, albeit not so welcome for Sarah Lucan. How quickly she lost, what, 20 seconds or more.
And it was a really good acceleration by the peloton, but now seems like they settled in once more and they seem pretty relaxed and waiting for the next attack to come.
Yeah, well, is there going to be any responses? Does that change the mood, change the rhythm of this race, or are they just going to settle back in? At the moment, it looks a little bit like the latter. It's just a moment's aberration, or just an odd little break in the relentless pattern of cafe riding. Kasia Niewiadoma staying cool, calm and collected, Polish champion.
It's really important to stay hydrated and cool as possible for as long as possible as well, and having the ice on your neck helps you a little bit. Of course, today I felt it was a little less warmer than yesterday, but still running your bike in such an open space under the sun, because for many, like in February, it's still not warm where they come from, where they live.
But something that Juliette Berthet mentioned ahead of the stage today was that, okay, it's not crazy warm, but once you get up in the climb, well, you don't have anything like, you don't have that wind effect of cooling the riders. So yeah, staying as cool as you can all day, because at the back end it's particularly intense, much more intense than they've experienced all week.
Absolutely. Also, due to the fact that it's an open, wide climb, also with hairpins, it's completely open, so the sun really hits you, and sometimes even the wind, because the wind condition is also pretty unpredictable. We saw before the race started there was like not so strong wind coming from southwest, but by the time that the race started, and looking also how the race unfolded and how the peloton is composing themselves on the road, especially there we saw also the graphics saying there was headwind, but it keeps on changing all the time, and I reckon also on the climb is going to be the same. It's going to be really challenging, and the fact is also depends how the teams are going to be leading their GC favorite, their GC rider, because if they ride super high speed, then it also depends how they face the climb, and before that, because also the ride towards the climb is going to be hectic. It's going to be chaos with the wind, and of course, like some splits will be open, and it's vital to have teammates on the climb because it's such a long climb, 10K roughly. Some sections are more steep than others, and it's really important to have teammates there because it's so long, and sometimes if there are attacks early on the climb, it's really needed to have someone there that helps you in closing the gaps, not to lose the energy you need for the final section.
Yeah, keep numbers in there, absolutely key. And Chiara Consoni will certainly be among those riders who will be asked to do a job, not just in collecting bottles, but also in ensuring that her GC hopes are in prime position. The aforementioned Kasia Niewiadoma, of course, and Niamh Bradbury. Bradbury's 3:46 down, so she's had her problems this week. The legs are not quite where she'd like them to be, but Niewiadoma at 30 seconds is the full focus GC hope for that squad. And Consoni, Tiffany Cromwell, Maria Martins, and of course Zoe Backstedt will all dedicate themselves and stay in for as long as they can. 6.6% average across the 10.8 kilometers. That doesn't sound too challenging, but there are sections relatively close to the top at north of 11%, and that's where the difference can be made.
Absolutely, there is a little different slope from at the beginning, because you begin the climb with 3.2 average percentage, and then you just have a little bit of a punch in the belly with the 9%, like in the first 2 kilometers, and then it's gonna get steeper and steeper, and then the last few hairpins are a little bit softer. But at that point, I think that it's gonna be either one absolute rider that has like the advantage, or a little sprint with those that had the advantage.
Meanwhile, lonely road for Sarah Lucon, but it's steady and successful progress. Fascinating, isn't it? In a heartbeat almost, she'd lost 20-25 seconds, and then almost, you know, the bunch decide that's immediately sort of shut down that attack from Poland of the Volker Wessel squad. As soon as that happened, they went back to the same tempo, and Sarah Lucon, nothing changed for her, same power output, and immediately moves back up to almost 3.5 minutes advantage. Still a long way to go, as you can see, but that first sprint is coming ever closer, not at the point where she's guaranteed to make it and take those 8 points that will propel her into a commanding position in the intermediate sprints classification. Albeit, of course, I suppose from the bunch behind, we could see a little bit of intensity around the idea of trying to take some bonus seconds, especially at the first sprint where you've time to recover for the climb to come.
Yeah, definitely still a long way to go, though. I mean, I think also when they start to go, when it's 100k to go, you take on a road that takes you up to 70k to go, and then you repeat the same road on the opposite side, and that's where I think that everything is going to change, because that will lead to the start of the climb and the wind's going to change. But still, there is still a long time to go from that. I think that Sarah Lucon will be in the front for some more, at least an hour. And yeah, it feels like 29 degrees.
As hot as it's been all week, really, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it felt, we came out of the hotel today, it didn't seem quite as warm as it was yesterday. But yeah, the mercury would suggest that it's risen a little bit higher. Peloton just appears to have stepped up the tempo ever so slightly. Could be as a result of this little gripper of a drag. Nothing particularly dramatic. You'd barely notice it on the profile of the stage. Certainly in relation to the mountain that we're coming to later on, it's nothing. But for Sarah Lucon, it could be at the end of 4 tough days of racing, just a moment where she loses just a little bit of her advantage. 20k now to that first sprint of the day. Major objective for Sarah Lucon. What a week for Lorena Wiebes, 121 wins in her career. Each of the previous 3 editions been in red on this hill. I think sort of saying she's lost it at this hill is sort of irrelevant, really. But, I mean, she's a sprinter, but she did say she's, you know, she might go a little bit further up the hill. She got about 6k up the hill with the leaders last year in support. You know, maybe she said maybe a little bit further up because she's not supporting the interests of Anna van der Breggen. But as we've discussed, Steffi Haberlin is a fine climber. She sort of ran 4th, 5th in stages of Tour of Romandy last year, and the hilly sort of French part of Switzerland. Also got a 5th place in a stage of Tour de Suisse, and was ahead of Juliette Berthet on that occasion, and in a group with the likes of Niamh Bradbury as well. So Haberlin is a fine climber in her own right. Maybe not an A-list GC contender here today, but she's certainly worth supporting for that SD Works Pro Time squad.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Wiebes would hold the pace set like a little bit more than last year. She seems like really in form and perfect shape. So we will see, because in the end she has an advantage of 30 seconds from the GC contenders, which, I mean, having an advantage of 30 seconds from Elisa Longo-Borghini is nothing, because if Elisa Longo-Borghini sets the pace with the team, she gets the 30 seconds in, I mean, in nothing. Yeah. But it all depends. It all depends how the club will be. Of course, Martina Alzini saying hello to her nanny, to her grandma.
5th on day 1 for Martina Alzini. Nice top 10 finish for her in the first sprint of the week. 6th and 3rd place finishes the last 2 days for her teammate Amalia Diderichsen. So been a not bad week for the Cofidis squad. Interested to see them on the front of the peloton, actually setting the tempo, deciding to take responsibility in the first hour of racing. I wonder what the thinking is there. Just being pared back ever so slightly, and it wouldn't take a lot to destroy that advantage. Hard won. It's a fragile lead. It looks commanding at the moment, but 2 3/4 minutes. It's sort of starting to come back a little bit here for Sarah Lucon. So one hopes that she's got the legs here. The appearance of the Visma Lisa Bike squad on the front, not a huge intensity, but maybe just a little bit of extra impetus on the pedals from them has had a notorious effect on the advantage of our lone leader out front.
There are different formations at the moment in the front. We see Vittorio Guazzini pacing for FDJ Suez, and Visma Lisa Bike, as well as Canyon Ramzon da Crypto, pacing, of course, for the captain Kasia Nevadoma. It was first race for her, so she said it's not particularly 100%, but still she is ready to commit to, of course, the overall victory. She doesn't come to the race to just pin the number, you know what I mean? Like when the team welcomes in the lineup Kasia Nevadoma, means they're here for business, and they will not be happy for a second or third place. They come here for their all victory, and it will be nice to see the battle between these GC contenders.
Absolutely. Nobody's screaming it from the rooftops that they're, oh, I'm absolutely flying, because nobody knows. A few of this bunch have, of course, been to Australia and had the Tour Down Under to get a sense of what they're about. But for almost all the riders, it's a venture into the unknown at the end of a winter of preparation. You know, working through the miles out the road, and hoping and dreaming, and always thinking about those ambitions and goals that you've set with your team, and your private hopes and ambitions as well, and just swirling through your mind as you sort of tap out those long, tedious kilometers of preparation. But it's only when you actually pin the number on and begin your racing that you know where you are in relation to other riders. And well, today is really the first opportunity that many of them will have had so far this year to try and see what they can achieve in a GC environment. And it's a major World Tour event with just one climb. It's win or bust, really, isn't it, for the GC riders. Sarah Lucon, she's got different finish lines for herself today. The first of those coming with 106 kilometers remaining, so she's about 17 kilometers from that. Still a way to go. Forcing those gels in, 4 days in. Teams fundamentally in colour order here. There's a sense of vigilance about this one, isn't there?
Yeah, now also Amanda Spratt on her final, actually stopping at the moment. Probably she has some issues with the bike.
Spratt heading towards retirement at the end of the year, so each and every one of these races that she's in, she's seeing for the last time. So her race to Jebel Hafeet at the end of the day, she'll be reflecting and thinking, that's the last time I'll do this one.
Absolutely, like she's not, as previously mentioned, she's not the type of rider that sits on the bike and just takes the race how they go and how they are. I mean, she's here to either help the GC contender Liv Fisher-Black or trying to do something herself. I mean, she has potential cards to play a big role in the team, and also this morning I got a beautiful news from our press officer Valerio Bianco. He gave us the news that she's going to compete on our races this year. So it's quite nice that we'll be able to see her on our races in Italy, and looking forward to see her battling some more last times. It was the time, like last year at the Giro d'Italia Women, I got to know that Lizzie Deignan was retiring at the end of the year.
Yes.
And at first she was supposed to race the Giro d'Italia Women. I was super happy because she's an idol for me, and once the race approached, then she gave the news that she was not racing the Giro d'Italia Women. Then we found out why she was not racing the Giro d'Italia. Yeah, she got an excuse not to be on the start line for the Giro d'Italia. But yeah, it was a kind of goodbye not given to Lizzie Deignan, because it would have been nice to see her one more time on the race, on our race, and yeah, it would be nice to see her instead Amanda Spratt racing on our home roads, and yeah, looking forward to it.
She's had a super career and very much an integral part of that Lidl Trek squad. Supporting Niamh Fisher-Black today. Fine climber in her own right. You never know. Could come up with a decent result here today. Three-time winner, of course, of Tour Down Under. She can get up those steep climbs if she's had a good winter preparation.
Another rider of Volker Wessel's cycling team.
And immediately countered once again by the Phoenix squad, Phoenix Premier Tech. So that's put the cat among the pigeons again. The advantage gone back out for Sarah Lucon. We're heading up to a hairpin bend, by the way, and the teams were all in colour order, the big name squads, just sort of preparing for that hairpin bend that would take us back in the opposite direction, potentially offer an opportunity for a little bit of tail crossing excitement. It looks as if the Phoenix Premier Tech and Volker Wessel squad want to try and preempt that a little bit, and this is going to be scary news, really, I think, for Sarah Lucon, because the likes of EF Education Oatly, Canyon Strams under Crypto, and SD Works are right there, as indeed are the FDJ squad. Everyone looking around to see if they've got their GC favourites there thereabouts as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty decisive attack of the rider of Volker Wessel. It was indeed quite a surprise for many, and SD Works Pro Time doesn't seem to take on the responsibility to follow. Indeed, the riders were looking behind. Now it's the time for Visma Leisure to try to chase the two riders. They tried to escape from the peloton.
Well, they've knitted it back together again. The question is, will they persevere? And I think they're minded to. It's the Dutch way, isn't it? The Vessel cycling team, all Netherlands lineup. Phoenix Premier team, substantially made up, of course, of well, entirely made up of riders from the Low Countries, as they call them.
It's also something they're accustomed to do, to ride in the wind and in the rain. Of course, here they won't see the rain, but the wind, there is plenty. Especially today, it's quite windy. So I think that having a Dutch rider in your team also is a positive asset for the team itself.
They don't just know echelons, they like them. Yes, they really look forward to them. It's the kind of racing they like. Let's get a bit of on-board in peloton coverage from Chiara Consoni. And riders just gathering themselves. Stall is on after that one, so they kind of rolled around, the bunch spread wide, but nobody wanted to continue that action, and the bunch just a little bit further behind. Lucon lost a half a minute in that one.
Yep.
Just like that.
By an attack, she lost half a minute. And it's going to be tricky for her, because at least she has to get to the first intermediate sprint to get some extra points of Franziska Koch, who now sits first in the black jersey classification with 14 points. She only has 1 point of difference, so it's quite important for Sarah Lucon, who's been out on the saddle quite on the action from early on in this stage.
Lara Gillespie calling for service as she senses that maybe that's just quelled that bit of excitement and she can safely head back to the team car, grab a bottle or two. Just as I said, little trek and picking post NL, trying to take command.
Yeah, you need to take advantage, let's say, from these relaxed moments before it's too late, when they are starting to battle a bit for position before the climb. It's really vital to take all the bottles they can. Now they are not riding super fast. Gels, water bottles.
Gillespie's getting close, isn't she? String of second place finishes, not just this week, 2 second places this week, but there were at least 2 second places towards the end of last year. It was a string of results that Lorena Wiebes was getting, and it just Gillespie was also very consistent in the sprints towards the end of the year, and you feel like there's a really big result coming for her.
Yeah, she's probably one of the riders that came really close to Lorena Wiebes. Of course, she was pretty satisfied by yesterday's staging result, even though it didn't come the win. But in the end, you have to consider out the first of the humans in the end, because Lorena Wiebes is on her own league. In the end, she has been unbeaten on the road since the 21st of August last year.
She got a chance a bag as well. Oh, is that bag big enough? Yeah. Tell you what, no, I haven't seen a musette that stuffed.
I think it was better to wear a gilet in this case.
Well, it's about 50% of extra weight gained. I'm not sure it'll go around the back. Might as well just leave it around the front at the moment and just try and distribute as much as you possibly can. Anyway, she's up for the job after 3 great days of support from the team. Then she's now sort of giving it back and paying it back. Great to see, isn't it? Sprinters love that.
Meantime, we also saw Alison Jackson in the first position in the peloton. She also was involved in a crash on stage 2, major crash at the last kilometer.
Yeah, Alison Jackson, the Canadian National Road Race champion, the ever smiling, just a little bit of a grimace, as you say, with that crash on day 2, but she jumped back up on her bike yesterday, showing no ill effects and just ensuring that she's presenting her new Saint Michel Preference Aber 93 squad in prime position. Meanwhile, Lucon mightily relieved, I think, that those 2 little bursts of activity initiated by the Volker Wessels squad have quickly been shut down, and the net effect has been that no more than 30 seconds has been lost, and she's now set about once more trying to open up that advantage. It's a nice little yo-yo situation for her, playing to her advantage at the moment, and she needed every one of those 3 minutes, or what, 3:20 wasn't it, that she was up to. Try and wrestle this one back north of 3 minutes, just in case there's another one of those before that first sprint. And then she's got the thought of going to the second sprint. The second sprint is only 13 point something kilometers from the line, 13.9. It's just under 14 kilometers from the finish line when we arrive into Green Mubazzarah, that extraordinary leafy development that lies at the foot of the final climb. At which point the road is actually starting to ramp up ever so slightly. You've got surface changes and a few speed bumps and all sorts of confusion about that one. But it's a long way from that first sprint to the second sprint. It's going to be a real challenge for Sarah Lucon to make it. The first job is to make it to the first sprint. She's got about 10k to do it, and she's got handy advantage of 2.5 minutes. She'd like a little bit more. Lara Gillespie has arrived up at the front of the group to distribute the goodies. She'd be mightily relieved to get rid of that musette. Meanwhile, Monica Trinca-Colonel, 4th overall in last year's race, 4th on the mountain. What a find she has been for the Liverlula Jacob squad.
Yeah, it's been like a pretty good purchase, I would say, for the team to invest in such a young rider that is just simply new to the world of cycling. She only raced in the young categories and then stopped. And then basically last year was the first year as a pro, so 2 years ago was the first year as a pro with the now called Team Vinifantini Beeping. Then she only joined Livalula Jayco last year. And it's such a surprise actually to have a rider like her in the Italian ranks, because it's really good, and she has really good values. Really good values, and a pretty strong commitment to do well. And of course, like, she also raced in the Italian Championship, and she just arrived behind Elisa Lamborghini, which says a lot. I mean, in the end, you only are so close to the strongest Italian rider. She has a huge potential. Of course, she's super young, and she has still many years to come to try to discover herself.
Yeah. I mean, she's physically developing, but also developing an understanding of the sport. It's an alpine curve of improvement and potential for Monica Trinca-Colonel. And certainly Livalula Jayco will be kind of excited to ensure that they support her. Fourth on the hill last year, 38 seconds down Lisa Longoborghini. Well, a year in her legs. Longoborghini potentially not as highly tuned going into this one, so it will be fascinating to see. Maybe Monica Trinca-Colonel for the overall this week. Don't rule it out.
Sarah Lucon also calling some assistance. Extra gel never hurts.
Yeah, it really is remarkable the amount of sugar they're capable of taking on board. I mean, the very idea of consuming as much sugar as much carbohydrate that the riders do these days was just inconceivable just a matter of just a few years ago. And riders do find it challenging by times, particularly if the race is very intense, or if they don't feed and then if they suddenly try and shove an awful lot of sugar in, it can upset the stomach significantly, and it's been a real challenge. But I think there's been so much of a development in from the manufacturers of these quick release sugars, carbohydrates, that they've understood not just how to produce the amount of carbohydrate required, but do it in a way that is manageable by the stomach, that they doesn't create all sorts of gastric horrors. Now, another bike track for us to consider. Another beautiful ribbon of tarmac laid out for leisure bike riders in and around Al Ain, and great to see rider out enjoying the mid-afternoon sunshine. It's a little bit later than most of the leisure bike riders tend to go out in this part of the world. Usually the rides are done early in the morning, and big old pelotons on the roads of Abu Dhabi and Dubai in particular. One flew east, one flew west. Well, it's a load flew east, one flew west, I think, in this case. Elisa Longoborghini, the Italian champion, managing expectations this week. Only she knows really where she is, and maybe she doesn't actually know, because she's just altered her preparation ever so slightly.
Yeah, of course, she's one of the riders that have like that advanced or advantage status, because the team who she riding for has like a lower how can I say, a bigger stuff, like a bigger number of riders that can allow her to race less than other riders, of course, in other teams, which have less riders to use. So we also spoke before with about Marlene Reusser coming here with the sickness. Of course, she wasn't able to find a substitute. Of course, in the case of UAE Tour instead, it's probably something easier to have like more riders in the ranks to divide in the race. Also due to the fact that now basically all the teams have to race or to race from this year.
So Lucan working around the roundabouts, which are dotted around here. About 5k now to that intermediate sprint. She looks as if there's 8 points in the bag here. It's going to be fascinating to see what develops behind, whether we see any expression of interest from the FDJ squad for Franziska Koch, in which case they could potentially be a couple of points behind going to that final sprint of the day. Koch would be, but the lead in this competition looking almost guaranteed now for Sarah Lucan going to the final sprint of the week.
I reckon that for the FDJ United Suez squad, it's going to be hard but not impossible to get a second intermediate sprint, because it sits exactly or almost at the feet of the climb. So of course there are the other teams like that will be interested in position before the climb, because there are a few roundabouts before they hit the climb. There of course position is key, because absolutely we don't know like how they're gonna face the climb itself. So they're gonna be for sure like the lead out trains for their GC favorite, but of course FDJ Suez also interested in the points for the black jersey with Franziska Koch. So we will see a little bit of battle and chaos to get some extra bonus seconds that of course are also something that GC riders will aim.
So no sense of this peloton really starting to chase this one just yet. The advantage has sneaked back out close to the maximum that Sarah Lucan had achieved. So what a fabulous hit out this has been. Seems relatively benign and relaxed and not particularly sort of stimulating or dramatic, but nonetheless for Sarah Lucan this has been a challenging effort, and it's going to pay off, and you've got to admire the ambition of the Top Girls Faso Bortolo rider, because it may just have been that she might have been thinking, well, you know, is it worth doing early on just in case the bunch splits in the wind later on.
Yeah, it was tricky to start so early, especially since there was no actual help from other teams, like from especially Vini Fantini B Pink, who was in competition for the black jersey classification. They were caught behind, and she was forced, let's say, to ride solo, and it's something that she didn't want, of course. But she's going for the 8 points, so that's something she can be happy for.
And she gets a cheer from the spectators at the side of the road. Sarah Lucan, brief relief from the sort of relentless monotony almost, but it's not monotonous because she's making an investment on the pedals. It's painful. It's something she can manage. She can achieve this. She can hit this tempo, and she can do it for an extended period of time. But it hurts. It is something you have to make yourself do, isn't it? It's to be admired.
Absolutely. What she has to do is to just continue and to just like trying to keep the pace high, also the rhythm, and as the DS said, it's up to the others far behind in the peloton to just close the gap that she now has with 3 minutes and 33. I mean, it's still a long way to go, 109 Ks. It's of course like a whole race itself still to do, and of course for Sarah Lucan, one of the aims was to get the points for the black jersey, and she's going to be able to get them in 2.5 Ks, and she has to be happy for her performance, because she's been away for 50 Ks now,
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, it's a long TT.
That's a lot, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was once upon a time you would have time trials well north of 50 kilometers, sometimes approaching 100 kilometers, but those days have passed. The old team time trial of 4 riders, 100 kilometer, was an Olympic event. I think there's some that think it would be a good one to bring back. Tortuous then. Imagine 100 kilometers in a team time trial. The responsibility.
Moving up the UAE Team ADQ squad, not wanting to get caught by surprise by anyone.
Yeah, a few sprinters might have a responsibility here. It's not so much to try and gain the bonus seconds as to prevent other GC riders from getting them. So which riders of GC capability fancy? And you see Elisa Longoborghini on the left-hand side of the shot here. She's got a backstep just in front of her, and well, assembling at the front, the FDJs. Is Francisca Koch fancy trying to scoop some bonus seconds, or is it going to be for Juliet Berthet?
Yeah, you could see Elisa Longoborghini chatting with Elina Baxter. That probably was asking Elisa Longoborghini if the position they were was okay for her, and it was like a positive response by her at the moment. It's fine being like here, good positioning, all in control, as well as Vittoria Guazzini with a squad on the wheel.
So the battle is for second here. We're not really focusing so much on the front of the race. Gap up to 3:49 as well. It's maximum lead really, so no sense of a wind-up just yet. And that could be just the encouragement that Sarah Lucon needs to continue with this one. It would be an epic, wouldn't it, if she took it all the way to Green Mubazzarah, all at just 14 kilometers of the day remaining. Lorena was not going up for the sprint for the intermediate here. No sense of responsibility for Steffi Haberlin, who's level on time with just about everyone else as well. And maybe the SD Work squad don't feel like they need to get involved in that.
It's not relatively up to them to try to take the bonus seconds or get to the front of the race right now when it's 107 Ks to go. She still has the work to do, like in the majority of the time on the climb, which are going to be pretty key for her. She's not, of course, a climber, so of course, like all the effort she has to focus on exactly on the final kick, on the final climb of 10.8 Ks.
Yeah, always worth reminding you, if you're new to cycling, at this intermediate sprint we're awarding points for 2 different categories. There's the overall points competition and this intermediate sprints competition for the black jersey, which is what Sarah Lucon's interested in. And as well as that, there are 3 2-in-1 bonus seconds available for the general classification. Lucon's not in that one, so she doesn't care about the 3 seconds. I mean, of course, they're not available behind, so the GC fight is only for the 2-in-1, second and third across the line behind. But first 4 riders will gain points towards this intermediate sprints competition, and it's the 8 points at the UAE University, which was established in 1976. United Arab Emirates University. It's the oldest university in the nation. Research orientated, they tell me. Plenty of ministers, diplomats, senior government officials, famous alumni that have won their degrees hereabouts, and winning the 8 points that will take her into the virtual lead of that intermediate sprints competition is Sarah Lucon of the Top Girls Fassa Portolo squad. Chapeau. Congratulations to her. Objective 1 achieved. And up to 4 minutes.
Well effort indeed by the Italian rider, and now keeps on going on riding, trying to hide a little bit of pain.
7-point lead now in that competition. There are 5, 3 and 1 points still available behind.
Yeah, surely also now we saw in the peloton FDJ Suez squad leading with Vittoria Guazzini. For Francisca Koch, that probably will go for that as well.
Comes with 2 bonus seconds, and she has half an eye on seeing how she can perform on the climb. And that's why she's been kind of trying to scoop a bonus second here and there, get them with the minimum of energy expenditure. Given the distance that we are from the finish line today, one or two other GC contenders might be minded to just see if it's possible and see just how invested those sprinters are in trying to prevent you from taking them.
Yeah, of course, like getting the 2 seconds of bonus on the first intermediate sprints are not anything particularly that will make a difference on the climb, because if you have a climber such as Rizal Muborghini that wins by sometimes a minute, like getting 2 extra seconds won't change the final outcome, but will change for sure the outcome of the black jersey classification at the end of the day. Yeah. Unfortunately, if I can say, because Sara Luconi's been out for a really long time, and
a little bit of a stall, a little bit of pinch point there. And you've got to, can't get 2 pints into a pint bottle, can you? You've got to just take your moment, and positioning it up front. Key moment for a lot of the teams. The EF Education Oakley squad on the left-hand side, but it's the AG Sudal squad that are commanding on the front here. Maybe Kim LaCourt fancies pinching a bonus second or two.
She's not there to sprint, so
maybe it's just about being at least controlling the front, just in case there's a split. Weebus, by the way, having been back in the team car a matter of moments ago, just dispensing with the gel wrapper, has managed to make her way up almost to the front of the bunch. The UAE Team ADQ squad surfing with Gillespie on the wheel of the Visma Lisa bike squad, and as you mentioned, the FDJ squad fancy a little bit of this one. And here she goes to try and scoop that second place at the line, the 2 bonus seconds, and of course the 5 points for that competition, as Koch is going to get the lead out here. Will she be able to prevent the others from taking it? The AG Sudal squad want to get involved. It's Koch second in line here in that black jersey. Difficult to really figure out. And Gillespie, I think, is going to just pinch this one. Maybe just protecting her situation in the points competition as well. And Koch really has to work and fight for that third of the line. But I think it's Gillespie that took the second. We can be clear on that one. And so that's a 3 points gain. And well, watch this now. There's the Phoenix Premier Tech squad. Fancy continuing the push after the sprint. Classic move here. And Franziska Koch, after her efforts to try and take some points there. She got 3 points there, so net 5 points lost. She's 4 points behind in that competition going to the second and final sprint. So Sarah Lucon still has a bit of a fight on her hands. Staying out front.
Charlotte Kohl now in the front, trying to move up and trying to get advantage a bit of the peloton, alongside with AG Insurance and the EF Oakley.
Yeah, no real advantage here, but a couple of riders do fancy just keeping on with this one. I say no real advantage, it's just about to close it up here, and that Charlotte Kohl inspired counter-attack after the intermediate sprint. Classic move, as I say, and sometimes it does catch a few teams out. Not on this occasion. This confirmation, Gillespie wins the sprint for the bunch behind for second at that intermediate sprint ahead of Koch, and Gladys Verhulst-Wild just misses out on scooping a bonus second here or there. Francie Koch, though, is now 4 points behind, I believe, in that intermediate sprints competition. Gillespie adding points, of course, towards the points competition, but she would need to do more. I mean, you could win the 2 intermediate sprints, and she's still not going to catch Lorena Wiebes in that points competition. So that green jersey still destined for the shoulders of the Dutch woman at the end of the day. Gillespie had to kind of go the long way. She can come around the Guazzini, the lead out for Francie Koch. Yeah, that AG Insurance Sudal investment there was about Gladys Verhulst-Wild. Maybe she's trying to preserve a situation in her points competition as well. Not going to get the jersey, but you never know. Stay as close to the top of that competition as you can.
Also pretty nice to see, again, one more time, Nina Berton on the move.
Boom, another one here. Saw that attack from Charlotte Cole immediately after the intermediate sprint, and clearly the Phoenix Premier Tech squad have come with a little bit of a plan to be present at every potential moment to split this bunch. And Sarah Lucon's time out front, I think, could be severely compromised by this one. She's keeping the pressure on the pedals here because she senses that it's going to cause potentially a few cracks. This is Marta Troyan,
and
Phoenix Premier Tech squad.
Andrea Casagrande also of Vini Fantini B Pink, also ready to counter-attack. So pretty good to see again, as mentioned, Nina Berton after yesterday efforts, ready to be active again and trying to be on the move. As well as Zoe Baxter now in the front of the peloton with the white jersey on the shoulder. UAE Team ADQ full in control with Lara Gillespie, with Elisa Longo-Borghini on her wheel.
So that gap has been pretty much decimated, hasn't it? Over, well, almost 2 minutes gained, probably exactly 2 minutes gained in the last, 4 or 5 kilometers. Sarah Lucon potentially coming back into that main peloton, and that will be a headache scenario, won't it, going to that final intermediate sprint, because Francie Cox in good form and clearly wants it.
There was still a long way to go for the second intermediate sprint. As I said earlier, it's just about 10k to go just before hitting the climb.
Volker Wessel cycling team taking the road less traveled over on the left-hand side of this 3-lane highway. It's a little bit of a gain, and wherever the Volker Wessel squad go, Phoenix Premier Tech aren't far behind. Poland again, who kicked off the first one a while ago, quickly responded to. Peloton stretched into a line-out, but not yet to breaking point. So Backstedt representing for the UAE Team ADQ squad. The first time she's done that. And it's salvo after salvo now, as we sense that a lot of the riders want to get involved in this one. Interestingly enough, Steffi Haberlin wanting to be present close to the front. And now the GC protected rider for the SD Works squad, the Swiss champion. Phoenix Premier Tech trying to scarp her off the front. It's Cole again. It's opened up a little bit of a lead, and EF Education Oakley, Cofidis hopping all over that one. Gap inside a minute. This needs to split quick or stop if Sarah Lucon is not to be closed down. And you sense that a lot of riders have been riding along at piano rate, and they're just waiting for an opportunity, and the riders start to get a bit frustrated and bored after a while. And I mean, as much as anything, they'll be enjoying now a chance to sort of, hit out and give it a good old swing.
Yeah, absolutely. When there is a succession of different riders that try to move and start an action, of course, like that opens up further accelerations in the group, and the other riders are trying to bridge. Now there is just 35 seconds gap from Sarah Lucon in the front. EF particularly active together with Phoenix Premier Tech. But there is always someone of other teams interested in GC that are there ready to close. And again, the Phoenix Premier Tech.
Yeah, this isn't going to stop until something happens, some sort of a split. Phoenix Premier Tech, naturally enough, there's a Volker Wessels thereabout, and UAE Team ADQ have spotted the jerseys that they need to be mindful of. This one is the opposing side of Avi Kuipers. Megan Jastrap, all present and correct, and frustratingly for Sarah Lucon, but I think she'd be thrilled that she has at least got the lead of that competition. It's a 4-point advantage, as I said, over Francisca Koch. Rossetti now all but out of it. Said he would need to win the final sprint, and neither the other two are ahead of her scoring. So down to 3 riders with a mathematical possibility, 2 that have a realistic possibility of winning this intermediate sprints competition. And look on, time for chapeau, really. It's been a great investment. Great to see the ambition displayed by Sarah Lucon, and solo rider. She'll have a look around and see the massed ranks, the swarm of the peloton. A relentless vacuum hoovering her back into their presence. But Lucon, I think she'll be content. She's got what she needed. Inside 100 kilometers to go, so we've got 54, almost 55 kilometers of racing in our legs at this point. First third of racing in this final day, the big GC appointment for the riders in the UAE Tour Women has played out almost as we expected. Not as much crosswind action so far, but now we're heading out towards the west of the county and away from Al Ain once again. That's the point at which things could get very busy, and clearly there are plenty of riders in there, frisky and still full of fight. Lucon's back. Where's the next attack coming from? Lisa Longoborghini floats to the front, maybe as if to say, you know, we need to sort of think about just setting a steady tempo here. Maintaining control is just the mere presence of the Italian champion, one of the biggest names in world cycling over the last 10-15 years. Twice the winner of Tour of Flanders and twice the winner of this event, twice the winner of Giro d'Italia. Amazing variety. Strade Bianca winner, of course, as well. I think there were 9 years between her victories in Tour of Flanders as well, Ronde van Vlaanderen, which is an amazing achievement, isn't it, to have such a distance between a victory in the one of the biggest monuments of them all. Or the biggest monument of them all, if you ask someone in and around Flanders. On distribution zone as they find spectators. A nice bit of footwork actually to be able to film the bunch and just stop that Bidon's trajectory. And now with Lucon safely back in the fray, back in the main peloton, and the little bit of activity having been quelled, the pace has slowed once again. Average speed 37 kilometers an hour, and you can be sure that that's set to ramp up and increase. Every joule of energy saved here is available, of course, for the big mountain. Plenty of others won't want to won't want to allow them too much of an easy ride into it, but plenty of time to go. There's at least, what, about 2.5 hours of racing at this point remaining, so plenty of opportunity for those riders to really step on it, but it's pretty relaxed right now.
Pretty relaxed indeed. They have to tackle this this road back and forth. It's pretty long, so still a huge amount of time to start action. Again, some action of two riders of Phoenix Premier Tech. Not satisfied so far, since no one let them go. It's the shooter. I hope that I pronounced the surname right. And the Cupers try to advantage themselves together. The peloton seems interested in the pursuit, not letting them go. DJ Suez seems in the front, as well as the right side of the road. Seems other team are moving up. It's Volker Wessels now interested in bridging the gap and reach the two riders of Phoenix Premier Tech. Now back on relaxed mode, looking at each other, but again are the two riders of Phoenix Premier Tech again on the move, together with Visma Lisa Bike. This time Charlotte cooled herself together with the Trojan, but there is still a rider, I think is Clara Gillespie, closing, but there is a little bit of gap there. And it's a potential dangerous move if this group take advantage from the peloton, because it looks like that no one is there. No potential threats to the general classification though. High-tech products as well, trying to continue the action. Nowadays, so there is a little bit of gap that is about to be closed by a rider of SD Works, it seems. Things are getting heated already. 96 Ks to go. Volker Wessels again trying to pull in front of the peloton, trying to continue a little bit of action, but looking back now, she sees the whole peloton behind her. Kim Lecourt still comfortably sitting at the back of the peloton. Another rider now. It's a succession of different actions here. Still Volker Wessels on the move. UAE Team ADQ behind with Elinor Backstedt looking behind, watching how the situation is. She's on. She's communicating now on the radio, saying that she's solo.
Have a gap. It's all kicked off again. And Volker Wessels, nothing is going north without those white jerseys with the blue flashes involved. Teammates to the fore just to try and quell the enthusiasm of the bunch to chase. So from one solo attacker to another, and the bunch won't mind this one. None of the Volker Wessels riders likely to be a threat here. And this is Amber van der Hulst. Now, she started the day 30 seconds down, but Dutch woman clearly riding well this week. Still that big climb to come. would be a daunting prospect, and she'd very much like about 10 minutes of advantage heading to that one. Not likely to get it, but how much of an advantage will she be given? Somewhat amusingly, we haven't got a Phoenix Premier tag with her. Seems every single Volker Wessel's attack included an orange jersey for company.
The peloton in the meantime tries to get some extra bottles, trying to breathe in. And recover from the energy spent on these accelerations.
As the UNOX squad to take them out of the front of the peloton. And they're utterly content with that one. Doesn't seem to be any ambition to close this one down anytime soon. Doesn't similarly seem to be any team that is willing to take up the chase, to try and get involved, try and counterattack to get across to her. So opportunity for a little bit of airtime. Amber van der Hulst of the Volker Wessel cycling team.
"27 seconds now, advantage of the front of the race from the peloton, which doesn't seem to concern now to get in the front and pull and to get back to the rider, to Van der Hulst. Little track now in the front, gathering all together, compact. That's the way to go. Still a pretty relaxed tempo. UAE Team ADQ moving on the right-hand side and now back on the left. Willing to take on the responsibility right now to just set up a pretty steady tempo, not to lose enough time from the front of the race.
Amber van der Hulst, start of the day 30 seconds down. It's an all Dutch lineup for that squad. She's 26 years of age now, moved across the Liverpool Jayco squad at the end of this year. 2-year deal with the ambitious pro team squad from the Netherlands. Vessel squad sitting in the second division. Amber van der Hulst knows the World Tour, knows the operation, the systems, the rhythms, the routines. Standout results, second on the stage of the Baloise Ladies Tour in 2022. One of those results that helped her into a contract with the Liverpool Jayco squad. Heading towards the Spring Classics. The big engine that she's got will certainly be of value in that scenario. And here's an opportunity to hit out, showcase the jersey, and at the same time maybe just get a little bit of extra resistance training ahead of the endurance training ahead of the classics to come. So win-win scenario here. Settled into a steady rhythm here. Tempo looking good and starting to increase her advantage. The peloton behind being relatively content, albeit I mean she just started the day 30 seconds down, but again not an A-list contender for that mountain to come. Leiderdorp in near the coast of the Netherlands. We haven't seen too much of the Volker Vessels squad. They have tried to get in the odd break here and there, and certainly today, Last Chance Gulch, final hit out. You got to get something out of the week, and I think they'll be pretty impressed and relieved, actually, they've managed to put a rider up the road, because they certainly have tried hard. It's been attack after attack after attack, many of them from Maes, Poland. And Amber van der Hulst is the one that finally manages to unlock the door to freedom from that peloton.
Yeah, they've been pretty active since day one, which of course have the same ambition as the Italian lower ranks team, the Conti teams like Top Girls Passaportolo, as well as Vini Fantini B Pink, as well as also high-tech products. They've been pretty active pretty much all the time, every day, and of course it's a bit of a blessing for these riders to be getting to the possibility to be in the break. But in the end, at the same time, it's quite hard to be riding solo for so long, and with the top hill finish. We are talking also about the highest peak in the UAE, although it's like 1,200 meters high of elevation. Still a long way to go, 90k to go. 1 minute into the advantage that Amber van der Hulst has now. A little bit of formations, a bit everywhere on the occupying the whole road. Bit of ADQ, UAE ADQ, and FDJ Suez with the clear ambition of getting a second intermediate sprint for Franziska Koch, as we already mentioned. Canyon SRAM, Sonda Crypto as well, pretty steadily pulling in the front with Baxter and Cromwell, as well as Nif Bradbury, which of course is a really good help for Kasia Nivedoma, being herself a really good climber. Stage winner at the Giro d'Italia Women on top of Blockhouse. Outstanding performance by the Aussie rider, coming third place this year at the Nationals in Perth. Yeah, probably the Netherlands, which has scored 12 stage wins at the UAE Tour Women, never put a rider in the top 3 in Jebel Hafeet, which, let me tell you, it's an outstanding statistic, because we also saw that the Netherlands and Italy share quite a lot of success in this race. They share quite a lot of wins, stage wins and overall wins. The history of the UAE Tour Women, we have had also a Belgian overall win with Lotte Kopecky, of course, and then Elisa Longo Borghini. And then they're starting to get heated here with some accelerations. The speed is rising, the focus as well. Visma Lease bike on the front. The understanding that something is changing, and maybe is the wind able to create some splits, which is one, of course, of the objective. So far in the race, they've seen not so much wind. They were pretty keen to get some on a standstill, almost here, looking at each other. All the teams coming up again. Not a relevant and prominent team pulling in the front still. Not clear who takes on the responsibility. Now we see Amalie Didriksen in the front pacing, as well as her teammate Martina Alzini, Italian rider. Ahmed bin Zayed Mosque. The Al Ain city, of course, one of the most known architectural landmark in the city in the UAE. Amber van der Hulst now still in the front with 55 seconds. Seems to feel a little bit more of fatigue right now. riding under the sun, under the heat, 29 degrees today.
She's got a camera on board as well, has she? But I don't think we're going to get much in the way of exciting images. Maybe just her team car. Is the team car up supporting her at this point? 51 seconds of advantage. You would imagine that just might be tempted, as the peloton looks like it's gone back into control mode once more, albeit plenty of teams represented at the front. The UAE Team ADQ squad with Lara Gillespie on the front of their crew. She'll race into the bottom of this hill and hope that Lisa Longoborghini is in perfect and prime position to repeat, ideally. And that's what they would want at any rate. Her victory of 12 months ago, which of course made her the reigning champion, a two-time winner of this event. And she make it 3 wins from 4 editions. Van der Hulst, her objectives more limited, you expect, just to try and get to the bottom of that mountain ahead of the field. Long way to go to do that. I think she might have enjoyed the presence and the company of 1 or 2 other riders. Just a little bit of a scrolling around and a changing of personnel in the front of the peloton suggests that the speed of that bunch, while they haven't gone full max just yet, is just starting to ramp up ever so slightly. And I suppose that's evidenced by the stopwatch, isn't it, as the lead of Van der Hulst is pared back by 10 or 15 seconds or so, and everyone's looking beady-eyed at each other left and right. Just it's a half-wheel World Championships going on at the moment, isn't it, as the Picnic Post NL squad arrive at the front. Cofidis want to maintain a position of maximum opportunity and minimum fuss and worry.
Yeah, there is still not a super high speed, and that also allows other teams to just continuously come in the front, and of course, like those who were sitting in the front, just go behind, and they have to start the job again to try to go up some positions, and that's a never-ending circle to get the best position as possible ahead of the climb, ahead of the final action, because there is the climb, yes, but there is also the possibility of some splits beforehand due to the wind that now blows like 14k an hour, which is not, of course, a strong wind.
Look at all the shelter they don't have. Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? A few lumpy-looking dunes over to the right-hand side of the riders, and a few trees and bushes and hedgerows. Relatively rare in this part of the world to provide a little bit of shelter, but for the most part, really, these are wide open stretches that present that opportunity as teams spread wide across the road and take the full advantage of the width of these remarkable infrastructure. UAE Team ADQ, hard right of the road, left of the shot, and immediately on their shoulders they've got the Picnic Post NL squad. SD Works present on the front as well. Cofidis next up and over. Just a couple of their riders, and then you've got the Human Powered Health squad. Their hopes today. Stashny, perhaps. He's gone well on this hill in the past. Then you've got the Visma Lisa bike squad. And those familiar yellow colours, the bumblebees. SRAM Zone to Crypto. Mixed across. Plenty of the other teams in their wake, but it's peloton almost entirely together. It's a solid job being done here, you'd have to say, by the Volker Vessels rider. Amber van der Hulst has settled into her work with great efficiency. Despite the fact that the peloton not full on, it is the tempo has risen. That's noticeable from the first hour of racing.
Yeah, of course, having also a solo rider on the front gives you a little bit of, I don't know, calm before the storm, because that allows you not to have more attacks on the road. If they get too close, if they get too soon into the Dutch rider, would potentially open further attacks or counter attacks. Moment we see AG Insurance also getting in the front, as said, Like having a broader road allows other teams to just come in from the left-hand side to the right. And then you see now the UAE team ADQ will be shut behind. And that is like beginning all over again. Also now Canyon SRAM doing the same thing soon, and Little Trek as well, getting some gap there.
Good job,
alongside Picnic, Postanel, yeah.
Poking their nose through the gap that didn't really appear to be there between the UAE Team ADQ squad and the Picnic Postanels. Kim LaCourte as well, just being escorted through to the front of the bunch. It's just little nerves are jangling, isn't it? That the potential for splits. Got to be mindful, got to be vigilant. Team bosses behind will be in the ear of the riders, hopefully in their ear, really just saying, move up, got to stay up there, got to stay focused. I know this doesn't feel like the race is on, but don't want to, in a moment's hesitation or inattention, you can find yourself in the wrong place and chasing and potentially losing out significant amounts of time. We remember, was it 23? I think Liana Lippert lost a significant amount of time in the approach to the final hill. And it was like a video game, the amount of riders that she was coming past as she raced up the hill. I think she made it to about 11th, I think. I haven't got it in my notes just now, but just spotted it last night. And it was what might have been for her, really, because having been delayed and caught out and jettisoned by that lead group, she found herself fighting a rearguard action and, you know, just starting the hill with too much to close, and did one of the fastest times on the hill, as I recall, but all to naught, really, in terms of a decent GC position. Fassa Bortolo's all present and correct as well. Their rider Sarah Lucan would be happy enough, I think, with the idea that Amber van der Hulst would take the top points, albeit a long way to go to that point. A small matter of about 70 kilometers before we reach that intermediate sprint. Zoe Backstead in that white jersey, leader of that young rider classification, 21-year-old, comfortably inside that under 23 limit, and currently third overall. Focusing her attention 100% on the hopes, dreams and ambitions of Kasia Niewiadoma today.
Yeah, of course, she will focus also on trying to, maybe whilst helping Kasia Niewiadoma and trying to position her in the best position as possible ahead of the climb, but then she will maybe aim at keeping the white jersey, even though it's quite a hard job for her, as she said previously in the interviews. It's probably also Eleonora Ciabocco, the Italian rider, is quite close, only 7 seconds, as well as also Francesca Barale of Movistar, also in 7 seconds. So it's going to be also a battle, not only for the red and black jersey, but also for the young classification. Also, speaking of Barale, I read recent news. It was this morning news about her father. As I mentioned in some stages ago, he used to be a pro rider, and now he's involved in the Pedalo Solano team, a local team of young riders, really young categories, and he was also like the team that developed Filippo Ganna amongst all, and together with Filippo Ganna they created a team, Filippo Ganna Academy, and it's a super news. That was this morning out in the media, and it gives you the idea of how important is also the relevance that pro riders in the likes of Filippo Ganna, like such an important person in Italy, but not only, like thinking about the future generations, because he reckoned that there are fewer and fewer riders, young riders approaching cycling. There are fewer riders in the area and less opportunities to continue the sport in the area. There are also other countries that instead have a broader culture about cycling, like northern countries like Netherlands or Belgium, like see cycling as a religion. Italy was like this maybe after the Second World War, and then it started like to go down, the willingness to to ride your bike, let's say, also in a competitive way. Also for women, back in the days when I started, was 2002. It was pretty unusual to have like a female rider back in the days. I was in a male team for the first 6 years, and I had to battle myself a little bit to fight the little boys to find my space, which also like helped me later on. But of course, like it's not something that is normal in Italy to have a female in the team as a cyclist.
And yet, I mean, it's the trajectory is northwards, is on the up for women's cycling in general in Italy, whereas you think men's cycling has had its wobbly moments, and absolutely terrific to see Filippo Ganna when he's in the middle of his career with all the intensity and the challenges that's involved in that he's willing to recognise the value of his name and be a force for good. And yeah, I mean, it's chapeau to him. And congratulations and best of luck with that initiative. It's one to support, but yeah, it's an interesting tipping point moment, isn't it, for Italian cycling? Still looking for big World Tour names and potential GC contenders for the Grand Tours, but the women's side seems to be certainly developing a real strength.
Of course, like having for the men's side Filippo Ganna along with other people like Jonathan Milan and all the other strong riders that win World Tour races. I mean, we have also Elisa Longo Borghini on the other side for the female peloton that are acting as an example for the young riders. They organize initiatives in the towns, and I think it's pretty important. Also, Elisa Balsamo is helping a team. Also designing, she loves designing the cycling suits as unicorns.
Like, is that right?
Yeah. She also has it tattooed with a unicorn, so yeah, it's pretty funny. But people like them are really needed in the world, and practicing sport is really good, not just for health, but also as a life human being. Gives you like the whole understanding of like sportsmanship, like respect, structure, organizing yourself, respect for yourself, not only for others.
It's not just about winning, is it? And we're talking about Italian cycling with very good reason, because they are, well, the best represented nation alongside the Netherlands in this bunch. No less than 27 Italian riders on the start list at the beginning of the week. 27 riders from the Netherlands, the next best represented nation. Get a guess. France, with 11, Australia 7. There are 6 British riders, 6 Belgians. Surprisingly low number of Belgians, really. But Belgian women's cycling, Lotte Kopecky has been so important, really, in sort of developing, because in comparison with their close neighbours, the Netherlands, Belgian women's cycling has been sort of at a relatively low ebb, with that obvious exception of Lotte Kopecky, and what an important role model she is for the next generation of Belgian riders. 24 nations in total taking part in UAE Tour Women 2026, and a few spectators out there just seem utterly unperturbed, calm. I know, probably not seeing the bunch, are they, through those trees? Probably wouldn't care anyway. Ships of the desert. There are other ways to make your way through to Jebel Hafeet today.
Still time for a chat here.
Yeah, it's very much relaxed mode at the moment as the leader of the intermediate sprints competition. Well, erstwhile leader, she's wearing that jersey, Francie Koch, through to the end of the day. But will she have the final one to collect on the podium at the end of the day? Well, certainly Sarah Lecon, who has the lead of that competition, would be delighted if a bit of a move went up the road actually and scooped at least the first 2 positions, because that would save her having to worry about Koch for that final sprint. Not sure that's going to happen anytime soon, though. Over a minute advantage for your solo leader out front. Francie Koch taking a moment for a little bit of a chat with Suzanne Anderson. I think she was just catching up with. Ex-Mobility with hopes and dreams and aspirations in this one. Focused in large measure on Katrina Olerud, Norwegian rider with the Norwegian squad. 5 Norwegians in this peloton today. Inside 80 to go. 74 kilometers in their legs at this moment, so approaching the halfway point of this stage, albeit it's a stage of 2 halves, but the first half is a big long flat ride to the final 11 kilometers, if you will. No one wants to invest too much in making this difficult. Sometimes we will see teams kind of a bit of a collaboration. They'll put 1, 2, 3 riders in total amongst several teams onto the front and set a challenging tempo, because some squads would feel that their GC rider is going to have a more comfortable time on the flat than others, and it might just squeeze a little bit out of the legs of your rivals if you do actually set a fairly hard tempo in the peloton all the way to the foot of that climb.
Yeah, it's important to test the water a little bit on the flat section as well. If you have like teammates that can deal with the flat section and push like pretty high watts, it's quite important. So I would also probably search, like, if I see an outstanding favorite for the stage, as there is today, a favorite, then I would probably try to collaborate with other teams as well, to try to isolate the team and the rider herself. So
you would imagine that the way they're racing at the moment, there is potential for a bit of crosswind split. We'll keep an eye on that one. But that the likes of Elisa Longo Borghini, she's got such an engine that she has lots of watts available on a flat road, that she'd have no problem really dealing with a much higher tempo. Whereas 1 or 2 of the other climbers, well, they might not get dropped, but they might just arrive at the bottom of that final hill a little bit, slightly more compromised, a little bit more fatigued. I mean, everything counts in large amounts. You know, they're dealing with the tiniest margins of advantage, which will lead to victory. And
yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you have a rider like Elisa Longo Borghini, who is an experienced rider and is an outstanding rider also in the crosswinds, it's quite difficult to distance her and isolate her and the team, because also we have seen plenty of time Lara Gillespie being particularly active today in trying to close all the potential moves that could threaten Elisa and herself. So I mean, having a team like that, it's also like an advantage, of course. That's why other teams have to collaborate with each other, because one team only cannot isolate Elisa Longo Borghini, because she's always there and she's pretty aware of how the race is unfolding, and she also can predict also what it's about to happen. Because if you also bring Elisa Longo Borghini on the feet of the climb there, of course she's gonna have an advantage, because she's surely the biggest favorite today, and she's kind of wearing the red jersey already, basically, because she's already she's already won this race twice, so she knows the road pretty well. She's on road, so she is the rider to beat. So the other teams have to work together in order to isolate her.
Isolated at the moment. Up front is Amber van der Hulst, her advantage, just yo-yoing around the minute mark for the last little while. She relatively quickly opened up this margin over the main peloton. Second solo raider of the day, Sarah Lucon's long-range breakaway of north of 50 kilometers, producing the 8 points that she so dearly needed to move back into the lead of the intermediate sprints competition. No such agenda for the Dutch rider here, the Volker Wessel squad. She's clear just to express herself, show what she's capable of on a flat road, and see just how much of an advantage that she can carry, and for as long as she can carry, ideally into the bottom of the final hill. as we head towards Jebel Hafeet this afternoon on the 4th and final stage of UAE Tour Women 2026. 4th edition of this race. It's developing in stature. It's becoming increasingly popular as a launching pad for riders' seasons, and an important ambition, an important addition to their palmares in its own right. More and more teams are going to get the, more and more riders are going to get the news that this is it's not a bad way to start your season. Hulst, 26 years of age. This is her first race of the year. 75th, 41st and 16th in the first 3 stages. 16th across the line at Abu Dhabi Breakwater yesterday. There were a couple of Volker vessels, weren't there, in 15th and 16th across the line. Still waiting to crack the big one. She might gain a little bit here as the riders from the main peloton arrive at the feed zone, and clearly it's not a panic moment, and they can collectively regain the peloton. It's the moment requires it as the other squads scroll through them. Riders will ride around the bunch, seek out friends, colleagues. For the most part, teams tend to gather and gravitate towards each other, but riders, particularly those that have been in the peloton for a little bit longer, they'll have accumulated more acquaintances and friends, and of course they'll have been on 1 or 2 teams, so they'll have a relationship with more than one team. And this is a pretty much perfect opportunity, and not a bad opportunity too for us to express our gratitude to the moto riders and camera people that have supported this race, and indeed support all the races that we go to, without which we do not have a sport. It's a wonderful operation. It's a logistical tour de force, it has to be said. So you've got fixed wing aircraft and helicopters, and you've got OB units at the start, and at the finish line there's a great big TV compound. It's quite the process, it has to be said, and well worth, if you ever get a chance at a race, just go for a little pot around and have a look at just the level of logistics required, not just to stage this event, but to stage the coverage of the event. It's a massive undertaking. You're well embedded with the RCS, Martina. You understand in intimate detail just what a remarkable thing it is, and just how big a team it is that's involved in putting on these events.
Yeah, absolutely key to have such a team that is also, I don't know, has a general view on also other people's job. In the end, you're not just doing your job, but when needed, you need to help also the other people from the staff. It's just we're working for the same objective. It's pretty good to see when an event like is successful. So of course you want to see an event successful. Therefore, you go and a little bit explore other people's job and ask when they need help.
Not all riders get it, do they? They haven't quite managed to sort of encapsulate and absorb just the scale of it. Yeah. And it's something that you mentioned the other day is Anna van der Breggen, who's unfortunately not in the race today. She's forced to retire overnight, if you're just joining us. But van der Breggen departing the fray today, but very much back in the peloton at the beginning of last season, having had a couple of years in retirement and in the team car. And what an insight that will have given her into just a completely different world in the cavalcade of cars that sort of follows each and every one of these pelotons, and just how many different jobs, how many different agendas there are. The commissars, they're
Absolutely
involved in race jury. There's just an entire universe, a village that supports these racers.
Yeah, because of course, like being a professional rider gives you a little insight sometimes about a little glimpse of what actually an event is. Of course, like you focus on your job, which is a professional rider that has a big impact on your life, and also plenty of space in your mind and brain and fatigue. So you don't have the clear view of what's happening around you, and you just focus on your job and to aim for the objective of the team and yourself. But yes, of course, like we said, that Anna van der Breggen has for sure like a broader view of what's happening behind, like without a bite, let's say, like going also to organize the race program of the riders. It's also like it's not easy to make everyone happy in the team. But of course, as the works per time, as different leaders to make happy. Like before in the past, there was Demi Follering, there was Anna Verbruggen was in the DS, but there was Lorena Wiebes as well as Lotte Kopecky. So 3 leaders, and then there were also other potential leaders in other spring classics or North classics. So it's not easy to make everyone happy when there is so many people who can potentially ride well and win. Plus, yeah, being at the race, just being at the license check.
Just the logistics of actually getting riders to the start of a race, managing their needs, you know, supporting them during the event, and then sending them off back home to various different parts of the world. Riders, of course, you know, may stop early during the race, as Anna van der Breggen has been forced to do. So that changes the travel plans, the logistics, the endless logistics around supporting a World Tour outfit. Or indeed, I mean, it's more complicated at continental level because they don't have the financial resource to in the same scale, but nonetheless it is a vast undertaking, and yeah, it's only really when the riders get a little bit later in their career or go into a team support role after their career that they're able to just absorb the myriad different decisions and challenges that are sort of centered around supporting them and allowing them to express themselves, as this woman is doing at the moment. And what a super job indeed that she's doing. Amber van der Hulst still clear of the field, an extended period out of the saddle just to relieve the pressure a little bit and maybe just try and get back on top of that gear and try and get back to north of a minute advantage. Well, Madutch is not up to it, but Amber van der Hulst, I'd say, relieved to just get a few words of encouragement and support from the camera motos in her native tongue. It's Dutch crew on this race. Very pleasant they all are, almost without exception, I have to say. A nice photo. Second solo raid of the day. Vantage hasn't, you know, gone out just as easily as it. Looking for a little bit of an update, I think, Amber van der Hulst. What's my lead? What's the time advantage, and is there any chance of a bottle? That would probably be the 2 normal demands or requests. And Shimano neutral service as well. And it's neutral that are supporting Amber van der Hulst here. So no Volker Wessel's team car, maybe a minute, just a little. It can change in a heartbeat, and you can understand that there'll be a little bit of reticence from the commissars to allow a team car up for Amber van der Hulst, given that it's just so easy for her to sort of lose that advantage really, really quickly if there's a little bit of crosswind racing. So it's the crew in Shimano neutral service. I think many of whom are Italian. Is it yep, pretty much an Italian lineup, isn't it, that are involved in the exercise of supporting World Tour bunches throughout the year. A lot of detail work goes into it as well. They have a pretty good understanding of the of what each and every rider, their height and their needs as well. So they're pretty quick to get them, you know, small, medium or large bike. Okay, it's all a bit of a compromise, but the riders will 9 times out of 10 prefer that their own team car comes up to them and supports them. But well, Amber van der Hulst has neutral to support her for now, and a minute advantage, 72 to go. It's the final push, day 4, the fourth and final stage of the only World Tour race for women in the Middle East. It is UAE Tour Women, and we're heading for our traditional GC appointment on Jebel Hafeet today from Al Ain, which is the town just nestling at the foot of the climb. We've got a long circuitous route, the longest stage of the week in prospect. Been pretty busy so far this week. We needed to get the sugars in ahead of yesterday's third stage. Swap them around this year. This is the traditional curtain closer to this event. But yesterday it was a third and final opportunity for the sprint riders to strut their stuff. Zoe Baxter taking some useful bonus seconds to propel her up into the top 3 positions and reinforce her situation at the head of that young rider classification. 121 kilometers in total as the riders made their way to Abu Dhabi breakwater. And finally we got a group up front. Took a while for this one to establish itself. Decent advantage and looked good for a while for the riders from Vinnie Fantini and Top Girls Faso Bortolo. Relaxed atmosphere in the peloton. Well, that all changed. 5 were closed down. Reina Wiebes resplendent in red. Overall leader of the race, and gunning for a third successive victory. Indeed, fourth successive if you count the final stage of 2025. Well, after that group of 5 was towed back, we had a solo raid from Nina Berton. She was pursued by Casagrande of the Top Girls Faso Bortolo squad. Casagrande didn't quite get there, and Berton cruised on towards Abu Dhabi, took the top points at the intermediate sprint, and Franziska Koch took second to take the lead in that competition. In the final couple of 100 meters was none other than Lorena Wiebes once again. Lara Gillespie coming with a late run, but not able to get there in time to prevent Lorena Wiebes getting her hands in the air. 3 from 3 in 2026. And it's the Dutch star that has the overall race lead heading into this fourth and final stage as we make our way from the familiar side of Al Ain as Bin Zayed Stadium. And we'll work our way initially east, and then west, and head out east once again as we make our way to the UAE University for the first of 2 intermediate sprints today. Out into the desert, potential for the wind to blow. Who knows? Jebel Hafeet looming in the distance. And the riders will be able to pick it out for most of the day in actual fact. They look to their right at this point in the proceedings. 54 kilometers, the longest stage of the week. Then it's up through Green Mubazzarah, the final intermediate sprint of the week, as the gradient starts to rise. Almost 11 kilometers of the final climb. The GC favourites have spent all week ruminating on the prospect of taking a victory in a major World Tour event. That's the profile for the first time. A little bit of a ramp up. The challenging climb of Jebel Hafeet looms at the end of, here's the scene at the start of the stage. And traditional pipe band playing the riders into work today. Well, mime is money, and so too is bike racing.
Good luck. I say good luck in
Top Girls Faso Bortolo squad hoping to wrestle that intermediate sprints jersey. Picnic Post NL squad will have hopes from their crew. Maybe Five for Georgie will have a chance. She's gone well on this climb in the past, as indeed the Lidl Trek squad won the race overall. Neve Fisher Black is their option for the final climb. Monica Trinca-Colonel, I wonder how she's going to get on after her great 4th place in 2025. Two-pronged assault for the AG Insurance Sudal squad, with all eyes really on Kim Lacourt, the Mauritian champion. And the FDJ Suez squad also have multiple options. And Juliette Berthet, their likely go-to rider. Kasia Niewiadoma.
Champion Kasia Niewiadoma.
Kenya SRAM's on the crypto score. Kasia and Eva Doman looking forward to this one. Well, they've got to balance their ambitions and their hopes. UAE Team ADQ, pre-event favourites, reigning champion Lisa Longo Borghini, Italian national road race champion. What Amanda Spratt heading into her final appearance in the UAE Team Tour. What hopes has she got for the Little Trek squad?
Last day at the UAE Tour, because your career will end. Last time climbing Jebel Hafeet. What's the feeling about that?
Yeah, I think first and last time actually. It's been my first time at the UAE Tour. I've really enjoyed it so far, but definitely looking a bit more forward to today's stage than the last 3 hectic flat days. I'm excited. I think we have a strong team here with Niamh Fisher-Black. She's our real GC leader here, so we want to support her into the final climb. Could be windy beforehand. We know there could be crosswinds, so I think it's going to be like the other days, really, really chaotic, but then it's just going to be all out on that final climb.
But there's not only one climb, there's also another flat roads before. What can be the impact of the first part of the stage?
Yeah, I mean, today is the final stage, so a lot of teams are hungry for results and they will try their chances. I can see a lot of occasions of opportunities for echelon action and then a massive lead out for the final climb. So I think like today is a very open stage. You never know what can happen from kilometer 0, and then of course if you arrive in the front at the bottom of the climb, then you have to just push your best.
Top 3 last year. What's the goal this time?
Yeah, of course we come here to for sure do better than last year. But yeah, you always hope that the legs will respond the way you want them to, and it's very early in the season, so of course I'm not anywhere close to where I would like to be, but it's a good baseline to kind of see where I am and what I can work on. And yeah, if the result comes, then yeah, it'll be great for the team, and if it doesn't, then yeah, it is what it is, and we just move on to the next one.
Is it tactical as well, or only about the legs?
I think a lot of it is about the legs, but it's also very tactical. It depends on the wind, and it depends on the other teams, what they want to do. Yeah, we'll just have to go out there and see. We have a plan, and we'll just hope that our cards will play right and that the legs will allow us to do what we want them to do.
Starting without Anna van der Breggen, what does it change for you?
Well, yeah, it's not easy because we really hope that she can be good on the climb, but unfortunately she's sick. So yeah, I'm kind of in the role to do good on the climb, but I'm not sure how it will go because I also worked a little bit yesterday and the day before, so we will see.
What do you make of the first 3 days of racing? Do they tell something about what will happen today?
I mean, yeah, yes and no. In the end, you can guess a little bit who's in shape, who's not in shape, but the climb will tell it in the end.
Anna van der Breggen is not starting. Does it change something with the tactic among the favorites?
Not really. There are many riders that are becoming sick, to be honest, and I feel sorry for them. But yeah, the strategy is not really changing. It is what it is, and yeah, we are racing. We will race aggressive up the climb.
Do you feel ready?
We will see. I hope so.
We will see indeed. Nobody knows really because we haven't had any significant climb all week. Just one GC appointment comes right at the end of the final stage. Everyone looking pretty anxious. Everyone having a game face on at the start today as the Jersey classification leaders took them through kilometre 0 and into action. Took a little while before we had any great investment. Eventually, Sarah Lucon chanced her arm off the front of the peloton. Disappeared after about 4 or 5 kilometres and took that intermediate sprint. Great job done actually by Sarah Lucon to move back into the lead of that competition. Lara Gillespie representing for the UAE squad, second across the line, and just preventing Franziska Koch from taking the 5. So that means it's a 4-point advantage for Sarah Lucon, who was pulled back into the welcome embrace of that main peloton. And after various different salvos of attacks from the Volker Vessels squad, in particular Phoenix Premier Tech also particularly active, and eventually it was Amber van der Hulst who managed to take her leave of the main peloton. And as you can see, this is Amber van der Hulst just being drawn back in. I mean, quite a scrap. At one stage her advantage up over a minute. Peloton once again all together as we pick up the live pictures out on the road. the Dutch woman Amber van der Hulst has now been drawn back into the main peloton alongside to run the rule over the riders for the fourth and final time this week is Martina Cemdomo. And Martina, it's been a funny old stage so far, a few attacks here and there, but it hasn't been as busy as we anticipated, and we were thinking that this particular section of the course, 64k to go, might provide an opportunity for a little bit of echelon racing. Looks as if the speed is just starting to ramp up a little bit.
Yes, about now that the riders are starting to pace down and to just rise the tempo, and they are quite also stressful again, because there have been like lots of accelerations. Only 2 riders have been on the front, with Sarah Lucon taking the first intermediate sprint, and also Amber van der Hulst that you saw that been caught. So now they understand that something can change now. 14k per hour, the wind guts, and yeah, maybe might try to see whether they open up a little gap or some kind of split. It's the only way that can maybe change something before the climb that will probably hit when it's like 18k to go. Well, it's been a sleepy old start of the day so far, but that's the wind direction that I was expecting actually, and that tells you something. West-southwest. It looks like a total tailwind there. It's hard to force a split in that, but any sort of a crosswind there will make things very difficult and very challenging indeed. A few riders starting to really struggle here, including Petra Stasny. Petra Stasny has done okay. She was 9th up the hill last year, so she climbs well. She was in the break the other day, so she'll be anxious, I think, to try and stay involved. So a little bit of a squeaky moment for the human-powered health rider Petra Stasny, the Swiss rider who we've seen in the break in the last couple of days. Riders fighting hard to stay in position here as the UAE Team ADQ squad doing a lot of the damage at the front. Yeah, we've seen previously also GC favorites being at the back of the peloton. Luckily now they've moved up as they saw Canyon SRAM as well as UAE Team ADQ spicing up a little bit the things in the front. You see now Catherine Spinkles with Elisa Longo Borghini, Silvia Persico, and Kim LeCourt herself now. But being at the front is not, of course, a good news, because now that the pace is rising, and of course you use way lots of energy when you're sitting at the back. Yeah, the tail cross, and you see one of the GC favourites, 3rd in this event 12 months ago. The Mauritian champion, Kim LeCourt, arrives at the front of the peloton and really revs it out. And that seems an unusual thing for a rider who ought to be trying to save energy ahead of the final climb to come. But she knows that if she can stay on the front, that she actually will get a more comfortable and armchair ride to that final climb. Seems a little bit counterintuitive, but she knows that it's so important that you protect your situation close to the front right now. Yeah, she was pretty looking forward to the last stage. This stage, of course, has not been the terrain she was, of course, the best on. Like she said, that was pretty boring for her indeed. Like all the flat sections, she, of course, like is a good climber with a punchy final kick. So we will be able to see her. Now she sits in the first position. Lara Gillespie 2nd in line in that green jersey, looking after the points leaders jersey for Lorena Wiebes. She's the overall race leader, of course, after her triple of victories, her double triple, of course, having achieved exactly the same thing in all 3 sprint stages of the 2025 edition. 8 stage wins in total. 9 stage wins, isn't it? Have I got that right? Yeah, 3 and 3 is 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, but at any rate, it is an amazing return for Lorena Wiebes, and the red jersey won't be too far from the front, I think, in the next little while. Albeit it's a slightly subdued SD Works squad after the departure of Anna van der Breggen. They will, of course, have Steffi Haberlin. Interesting to see her say that after the work that she had done over the first few days, that maybe, just maybe, she's a little bit fatigued for that final climb. We'll see how that one plays out. But at any rate, it's the Uno X squad now arriving at the front. The pace still challenging, and it's pretty fast progress, but not, you suspect, enough to force a split anytime soon. And look at this, Elisa Longo Borghini arrives in the front. It's none other than Lorena Wiebes on her shoulder, and we think back to the windy stage 2 of 2025. These 2 riders right to the front at the key moment, right at the beginning of the stage, and they've got some of the biggest watts available in that peloton. Yeah, the peloton seems to set up again. It's also important for the riders to stretch out a little bit the legs, because so far they've been a little bit of on and off, and it's important before the climb to be a little bit more active, because they've been pretty much relaxed the whole time, apart from the few accelerations. So of course also for Elisa Longo Borghini now, like with Lorena Wiebes on the wheel, it's important to reactivate the legs and try to see how they respond, if they respond well ahead of the climb.
The SD Works squad all present and correct at the front at the moment. Those riders rotating from the left. Everybody looking for shelter over on the right-hand side. Plenty of room out there, that'll help. Here's the general classification situation. Sprinters abound at the head of that GC, with Lorena Wiebes 16-second margin over Lara Gillespie. Zoe Backstedt, leader of the young rider competition, in third. Chiara Consoni, as a result of the consistency of her performances, at 24 seconds. And the main clump, and indeed all the GC contenders, at 30 seconds. So honours even between them. And look at this, big rev on to try and make this as challenging and demanding as possible. So they're gonna press on with this for a little while, and that's certainly going to make it difficult for riders down the back to move up and to retain a position potentially in this group.
Yeah, of course, we've seen previously in the race that FDJ Suez was particularly active with Vittoria Guazzini trying to lead out the teammate Franziska Koch, that now wears the black jersey, whereas at the moment the virtual intermediate points classification is for Sara Lucon with 20 points, having won the first intermediate sprint. But for sure, Franziska Koch is willing to take the second intermediate sprint, and therefore she put nonetheless then Vittoria Guazzini to pull in front.
Yeah, group still very much together, but it can be a dangerous game. Working our way around these roundabouts will force a little bit of a stretch on that peloton and make it a longer distance from back to front. Marianne Borra of the Cofidis squad loitering at the back at the moment, and Phoenix Premier Tech. Charlotte Cole involved in a lot of the attacking earlier on today before we came and picked up the live pictures. Femke Marcus makes her way to the front of the peloton for the SD Works squad.
Yeah, we've seen that Kenya Schramm, Sonda Crypto hasn't used like all the riders yet, which is a good thing right now, because they will surely need the riders up in the climb, because it's really an open climb, a long climb, 10Ks and something. So with pretty much some slopes which are pretty steep, so you need the riders. You need to be surrounded by your teammates. We see also Franziska Koch, as we mentioned earlier,
third in line, and Juliette Berthet, their preferred option for the final climb. She's in good position actually. She'd arrived to the front just before them, so looking good at the moment. You see one of the few cracks developing a little bit further back. One of the Vinnie Fantinis absolutely flat out and just not quite able to do the what's required. Here comes Lara Gillespie trying to put the band back together as the UAE team ADQ squad assemble at the front, albeit not yet with the presence of Elisa Longo Borghini. She won't be far behind, I suspect. Yeah, there's confirmation, somewhat disappointingly, well, hugely disappointingly really. Anna van der Breggen not available for duty today, sick overnight, and Elisa Longo Borghini, yeah, expressing in her comments ahead of this broadcast that, yeah, it's a disappointment. It's such a shame really that one or two riders have come up sick this week, including of course Marlon Reusser, non-starting yesterday, the Movistar rider. So it's a slightly more open field, but nonetheless you've got riders of the caliber of Kasia Niewiadoma, Tour de France winner 2 years ago. Kim Lecourt, third on this hill last year, and one of the preeminent forces on the climbs in the big GC races, the big stage races in the World Tour over the last couple of seasons. And AG Insurance Sudal. So have Justine Gekira to assist. Rams on the crypto. Neve Bradbury, watch out for her. She lost a bit of time this week, but nonetheless, it's a fine climber. Uno X Mobility squad, one will ensure with Nina Atosalo that Katrina Ulrud is in fine and prime position. Co-feeder squad of their Czech champion Burlova, just at the head of the train. In the middle of your picture at the moment, that white jersey and the Cofidis squad in red with those yellow sleeves, all present and correct. Everybody's spooling around the outside to try and make their way up, and at the moment this doesn't look as if it's going to force a crack, but the longer it goes on, the more fatigue is accumulated.
You can see now Picnic Postenel trying to move up, and that's the washing machine effect we've spoken plenty about. There is no a prominent team leading and pulling in the front, but at the same time, like open roads like this allow other teams to just move up and start over again for positioning. And that's kind of crosswind formation.
It's the skill to be able to get to the front, and then as other teams sort of crowd around the outside, to be able to just move across and through a little gap and then maintain a position in that top 20 riders or so. It's a subtle art, doesn't always work out, and if it doesn't, you've got to sort of start again. But so many riders, well, certain riders are just able to stay close to the front without any apparent difficulty. And look at that, Lorena Wiebes just arrives up on the wheel of Niamh Fisher Black, looking cool, calm and collected at the moment. The overall race leader will be handing over that jersey at the end of the day. That seems inevitable. Nonetheless, she'll push as hard as she can on the climb. Megan Jostrab pretty good at the moment, but Caroline Schwinkels is a key rider for Elisa Longo Borghini.
Yeah, she's able to read the race quite well. She's always there when you need her. She also push really good numbers on the flat. She's able to sprint. She's fast. And she's also able to climb well, so she's a key rider together with Silvia Persico on the climb. For sure, she is able also to anticipate the action. So in this case, she was trying to see the gap where potentially move up together with the whole team and Elisa Longo Borghini and Silvia Persico on the wheel. We see now Livalu Algeiko trying to move up with the GC rider Monica Trinca Colonel.
A little bit of a sense that it has stabilized here, and no one team able to force the agenda. The pace is challenging, but Kim LaCourte happy enough, or apparently happy enough, to be down at the back of the peloton at the moment, the Mauritian national champion.
Yeah, despite not being in the peloton, like in the concept of riding and racing in the peloton for as long as the other maybe riders have done so far. I mean, gives you the understanding how experienced she is still already, because in the end she's basically just begun. She's a newer rider compared to the other ones. So despite that, she's able to understand whether it's time to move up with the team or it's still time to just rest up and just riding, cruising in the back. Because yes, I mean, she's of course surrounded all the time by some teammates. At the same time, she has some teammates at the front. We saw Requiere, for instance, with the Belgian national champion jersey. At the same time, we saw also Alex Manley on her right. So she's always surrounded by teammates, and that's really fundamental today.
Fascinating to see almost the entire Cofidis squad on the back of the peloton. I mean, it only seems a moment ago that they were the front team setting the tempo, and then everyone sort of scrolls around the outside and suddenly they're at the back. We'll have a little reset, think about it, and head back towards the front again. Something similar happening with the UAE Team ADQ squad. Well, that was Silvia Persico. She may, in fairness, have been back at the team car.
Yeah, it's a kind of stressful situation, or calm before the storm, because also like positioning and getting the position, moving all the time, you lose a lot of energy by doing that, also on the wheel of your teammate.
Fourth and final stage. We've had three excellent stanzas of this fourth edition of the UAE Tour Women. To this point in the proceedings, all with the same outcome and conclusion, but with a different pattern to the day. The first stage, Al Masaoud equipment rental stage, 111 kilometers in total, taking the riders from Al Mirfa to Madinat Zayed. Potential for crosswinds didn't really work out that way, and ultimately at the end of a a day when we saw riders clear of the field. It came down to a big bunch sprint.
And potential white jersey wearer, Francesca Barale, new recruit for Movistar team. I say potential white jersey wearer because at the moment she sits in the 13th position in the best young rider white jersey classification, but only 7 seconds from Zoe Buxted. Of course, Zoe Buxted previously said, of course, like I'm gonna try to hold on with getting the jersey until Jebel Hafeet, but for me it's quite hard to climb at the same level as also Francesca Barale or Eleonora Ciabocco, also another climber, another good climber can potentially threaten the young classification. So it's not just the fight about the red jersey. Of course, it's it's the general classification, but there she is, Eleonora Ciabocco, calm, collected, and focused.
Mia Griffin's going to escort her through to the top. She's got pretty much all of the team, indeed, lined out in front of her. The team picnic post and L squad arrive on the front with intent. Nicely timed effort. Now can they stay there for any length of time? At the work of a moment. Yeah, first stage going to Lorena Wiebes. Second stage, Dubai Police Academy, Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, 145 kilometers in total. Second longest stage of the week. And the same ultimate outcome with victory for Lorena Wiebes ahead of Chiara Consoni of Eindhoven. And then yesterday's third and penultimate stage, the Team Lab Phenomena stage. In and around Abu Dhabi, from the Abu Dhabi Team Lab Phenomena to Abu Dhabi Breakwater. 121 kilometers. 5-rider group clear of the field for a while, then a solo raider, and then ultimately thrash along the Corniche to a victory for Lorena Wiebes by about less than a bike length from Lara Gillespie.
So in the shot, Chiara Consonni, of course, she's gonna work for the leader, Cassini Evadoma, as much as she can. Of course, yesterday she was a little bit boxed in the sprint. She couldn't find the gap. She was caught behind. She couldn't sprint for a better result than the second place. And third that she already got here at the UAE Tour Women in these years.
So most of the leading teams content with the current situation, albeit, yeah, Lisa Longo Borghini sitting in sort of third or fourth row there. Gruppo Compato, they say. It certainly is compact in there, isn't it? The riders in close formation. Livia Doma, as we've mentioned, just right on the wheel of that white jersey. Number 22 is Zoe Buxted, right behind her, the Polish champion, number 21. That's Kasia Niewiadoma, the protected rider. The rider on whom the ambitions of the Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto squad are pinned today.
Yeah, of course, also having in the squad Tiffany Cromwell with her experience, as well as the young experience of Zoe Buxted, because she's only 21 years old, but she's really able to be cool enough when it's needed and to read the race immediately, which is a plus in the team. And of course, Cassini Evadoma is of course like a potential favorite of today, so she's gonna try to exploit the team. You could see from a little glimpse that Tiffany Cromwell was at the front.
Inside 50 to go, our second and final intermediate sprint of the day, and indeed the final one of the week, will be just a smidgen under 14 kilometers of the day remaining. And that'll be an important appointment for Sarah Lucon, who leads that competition after her exploits out solo today. So no breakaway at the moment, no prospect of one. It's a brisk progress for the bunch, albeit not absolutely flat out. It's another impressive place of worship, this time with 2 minarets. Main peloton looks as if most people are in control of it at the moment. A little bit scrappy down towards the back, as you can leave a little bit more of a gap and still get the maximum benefit of the slipstream. Through the roundabouts, everyone wants to come out. Opportunity to stretch it a bit. Backstedt close to the front. Canyon SRAMs and the Visma Lisa bikes look to take control. And plenty of excited communication between the riders, between teammates, and indeed between colleagues from other squads. Calling the challenges, the street furniture at the side of the road, and letting your colleagues know exactly where you are. Moving up left, moving up right, to get as much cooperation as possible. It's worth reminding ourselves as well, of course, that so many of those sprinters and the riders that are involved in the lead-out train and presenting the sprinters to glory on the first day of action, they know that they won't be able to be of huge value or assistance to their teammates on the final climb, so they'll want to do everything they possibly can to assist their GC contenders on the approach to the climb.
Yes, exactly. It's a good thing that they have a pretty much mixed lineup with both climbers, rollers and sprinters. That gives you the chance to protect your protective rider, in this case the GC riders today, in the best possible way on the flat in case of attacks or crosswinds.
Well, looking cool, Cam collected at the moment for Elisa Longo Borghini, third in line, just behind Lara Gillespie, with Ellie Backstedt, I think it is on the front, isn't it, for the UAE Team ADQ squad. Eleanor Backstedt, her sister, of course, is the leading young rider, but on a different team. Dan Magnus is the DS for the Human Powered Health squad this week. Visma Lisa bike assemble en masse at the front. No obvious GC contender for the Visma Lisa bike squad this week, so it's been a quieter week, albeit they have produced some strong sprint performances from Nienke Veenhoven. Third and fourth places, second in that young rider category, fourth overall at the moment for the young Dutch woman. Margot Vigie taking some bonus seconds yesterday. The overhead telling us just how swift the progress is. These speed bumps are pretty violent, aren't they? You really do have to do a little bit of a bunny hop over them. A little bit of a light, sort of a almost, but not quite a bunny hop, just to sort of make sure the bike is light at the front and the back at key moments, because they are absolutely vicious. Knock the fillings out of your teeth.
Yeah, of course, it's something to take into consideration, the speed bumps as well as the road furnitures and the accumulation of sand even, because if you hit the speed bumps too fast, let me tell you, it's not good on your body, especially in your hands. So, plus they ride all pretty much close to each other, as you can see, as always. So it's really like nothing that can be caught up in a crash or touch of wheels. A little bit of chat between Gekere and Kim Lecourt, always together.
Yeah, what a great support act they are. Two national champions, Gekere, Belgian title holder. On the left of those two riders, and staying connected, staying in communication.
It's also important to have a continuing conversation with your teammates, especially the key teammate who will help you on the climb. In this case is Gekere. Have to understand like the condition of Kim Lecourt, of course, like came here to win, of course, or to improve the the third place of last year. She hopes the legs respond. It's also like something that maybe Hekere is asking her. How are your legs? How are you feeling? What are we up to today on the climb? Do you want to attack? Do you want to be defensive? What's the strategy? Of course, like it's good to be here for her, and she also has, of course, like other aims during the season. It's just simply too early for her, and she just wants to see where she's at, and that's the perfect race for her. With this final climb, final kick and final push, with her explosive efforts, she normally does. 29 degrees of temperature, a little bit of wind.
Yeah, it's warm today. It is probably the warmest it's been all week. Yeah, again, we were talking about it earlier, but we came out of the hotel this morning. Didn't quite feel it was just as intense. Maybe the air conditioning was particularly low or something in the hotel, but didn't feel like it was quite as warm. But it certainly has brewed up a little bit out there. Mind you, not north of 30 degrees Celsius, so manageable for the riders. They'll be grateful for these weather conditions because they know what they're heading back to from tonight onwards. And the planes depart Abu Dhabi. Much to do and much to consider before we get to that point. So the bunch of everything is stalled ever so slightly. 43 to go, and we're at a point in the where we're going a little bit sort of north and west. It should actually be creating more of a tail cross situation, but clearly it's not one that has driven any intensity into this bunch just yet. So a little bit of a phony war at the moment. Settles down. Everybody waits to see when it's going to kick off, and save as much energy as possible. Make sure you're present. The EF Education Oakley squad, those pink jerseys, have been keen to try some interesting attacks, do something a little bit of outside of the box thinking so far this week with some of their the timing of their attacks and the riders they've selected, but clearly are here to fight. No obvious contender for the climb. Interesting to see how Axel Dubo-Prévost gets on. And the situation in the intermediate sprint standings, as we were within about 28 kilometers from that final sprint of the day. Sarah Lucon with that 4-point advantage. So if she's one position behind her nearest rival Francisca Koch at that sprint, then she'll be okay, but that's easier said than done. Lucon and the Top Girls Fassa Bortolo squad haven't found it easy to get involved in the mix amongst the big bunch sprints, even in the bunch sprints for the intermediate sprints this week. It's going to be, she really is, I think, hoping that there's another attack, or that other riders will be invested in trying to maybe scoop a few bonus seconds. Coming as it does just before the climb might be a challenge. Maybe a little bit much to ask. Lisa Longa Borghini, I don't think she's going to show too much intent in hoovering up bonus seconds. Hasn't been her focus this week. And she's a rider that has been trying to temper expectation this week. The way she's been talking about her prospects, she's twice the winner of this event. Winner last year, of course, but is she really on the same level that she was 12 months ago?
Yeah, she said that it's not at the same level as last year. Also, she wanted not to be at the same level as last year because she was on Tader 2 weeks instead of 3. She was pretty conservative. She focused more on the basic foundations, focusing more on the strength and the accelerations and the starting from standstill. She really focused also on the threshold, which is vital in nowadays racing. But at the same time, she kept on a decent weight. She's not too lean as we previously seen her. Also, the Giro d'Italia women, she had like 1 or 2 kilo less, which is indeed like vital at the beginning of the season, because she's aiming at the GC here, but she still has all the season ahead. With the first aims for her will be the classics, and especially in the north. And therefore, like with the cold, you need maybe that extra layer, which maybe aids you with the cold not to be ill and protects you also on the flat section with pushing some more watts than being too lean. Instead, you suffer more, and yeah, it will be interesting to see if it's actually like this, because so far I've seen her pretty active and quite in good conditions, but she's definitely at a good point. Maybe not at her highest level, of course.
But she looks strong, doesn't she?
She's strong.
Been ever present. Nothing has looked particularly challenging for her, but that's all on a flat road in the crosswinds. It's such a different prospect when you hit the mountains. What a great all-rounder that Elisa Longo Borghini is, but as you say, with a different agenda this year, albeit it might still be enough, given her natural talent and ability to deliver an overall race-winning success here today. And down to the final 40 kilometres. The average speed, it just got a note to say it crept up to 38.5 kilometres an hour. Doesn't sound too exciting, that, but it was what, 36.5 or something after an hour of racing. So the speed has ramped up. The intensity is going to elevate. And while the average speed will be pared back a little bit by the gradient of the final climb, you can be sure that there will be a full push from bottom to top from all of the big GC favourites.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, it's been like so far pretty much on and off all the time, with the accelerations, two breakaways and further counterattacks. But the peloton has done a bit of game of testing the waters of other GC contenders and seeing whether they were able to create some splits, but they weren't, because the wind wasn't blowing so much. But at the same time, are you really willing to use all the cards in your team, all the riders? Because definitely today you need them on the climb, because it's such a long climb in there. Not the longest, but of course like 10.8 Ks at 6.6 average slope. It's something to take into consideration. It's also like a climb where you need to be patient. You need the riders to pace up, and you also need to see whether there is any rider that is able to take riders by surprise, maybe anticipate when there is the intermediate sprint at the feet of the climb. It's something that is going to create some stress and put all the peloton like in a potential chaos, because the fight for positioning we've seen, it's pretty on point here.
Yeah, no big fight at the moment, but that is set to evolve. You can be sure of that inside these final 40 kilometres. Time for food distribution. It'll be all the way to the top of the final hill. Interesting to see a little bit of a conflict between Kenya Stramzon, the Crypto, and the SD Works squad. Dossard #1, much in evidence. Italian champion just to the left of the overall race leader. So we scan down through the bunch. Pick out Amanda Spratt, Loretta Hansen. Picnic Post NL squad gathering together. Once hopes, dreams and aspirations have they got for the final climb. We pick out Sonia Rossetti, third in that intermediate sprints competition. Very active in the breakaways yesterday, and particularly the day before, scoring well in that competition and giving a great account of herself, the young Italian rider with the Vinnie Fantini Be Pink squad. Good week for them. And Rossetti barely a sideways glance. So we pick out, is this Consoni again giving us these images, or is it Amber van der Holst? It is Consoni. Second place finished this week to get the win that she so desired. But then no one but Lorena Wiebes has been fully satisfied so far this week. But Chiara Consoni, look, still searching for that consistency, but nonetheless starting to come. First day didn't quite connect up, and it was Zoe Backstedt got third on the line for the Canyon SRAM squad. Consoni second on day 2, 6th yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday for her was a little bit of a tricky sprint. She got boxed in a couple of times, and she couldn't find a way out, trying to follow the train of UAE team ADQ, as well as Wiebes, that found herself also on her own. So a bit of a shame for her not to get the best results here in the race. She also was able to get a 3rd place last year, if I remember well, or 2nd place actually. She got the whole podium apart from the first one, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Scratch that itch. It's been all about Dutch and Italian riders, hasn't it, so far in the 3-year history of this event? For almost 4 full years completed. And now, what about this? We've got, for the first time in a while, an attack, and it's Alison Jackson that has decided to drag a couple of riders clear. Alexis Magnier from the EF Education Oatley squad just tried to has latched on here as well, and High Tech Products, they've been ever present in the attack so far this week. And well, that's put the cat among the pigeons. So many riders in that main peloton just chomping at the bit, looking for an opportunity to express themselves, and well, they've gone charging clear. Will they be joined up? Mia Griffin trying to get up there as well, the Irish champion, who's latched on to Troyan from the Phoenix Premier Tech squad. It'll be a pretty strong combination if they can put that one together. Lind it is, who was on the attack on day 2 to great effect indeed, scoring at the intermediate sprints, albeit she's out of that competition. This is just to see, can they launch clear and maybe, just maybe, take a little bit of a lead into that final climb. 4 riders looking to assemble. Another one counter-attack in the main peloton, maybe just seeing somebody. And look at that, bit of a split at the front of the peloton, so it's all a bit all over the place at the moment. And how much longer will this one go on for? Will the road will make a right turn in about 6-7 kilometers, so a little way to go before we get that right turn. When they go right, then it'll be in full-on crosswind, so they would be, I think, delighted to have any sort of an advantage they can possibly get. Huge injection of power and pace here from Mia Griffin. She's part of the team pursuit squad that went to the Olympics in Paris in 2024 for Ireland, and she's just about knitted that one up. So she'll no doubt go straight to the front, or, well, if she could, if she would, I suspect, but probably needs to too, because behind you've got, could well be a fellow countrywoman and team pursuit's teammate. Is it Gillespie that's on the front of the main peloton? Well, certainly the peloton wants to try and close this one down as quickly as they can. It looks as if they're going to achieve that fact. Raye made it in, albeit briefly.
Elisa Longo Borghini can count on the work of the teammates, especially Lara Gillespie. As previously said, she's always active and ready to close every potential gap. And that was actually a substantial gap that was created by Alison Jackson. 3 groups were created. Such an effort for the Irish rider to close it.
Yeah, good job done by well, she's flying, isn't she? I have to say, Lara Gillespie closing down that one, and effective work so far done for the UAE Team ADQ squad all day. She's been back to the team car. She collected giant musette and delivered that to her teammates.
I think now there is a situation where the riders can potentially try to isolate UAE Team ADQ and trying to...
It's just, I mean, it needs an attack immediately after the attack is closed down in order for this elastic to snap. Everyone looking around and then waiting for the next attack, it's just too much recovery, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. The only way to let's say, make the riders of UAE Team ADQ tired is to create an attack, and then immediately after counter-attack. That's where you burn the riders, and that's when Elisa Longo Borghini finds herself on her own. and that was the only team pulling in the front, like trying to bridge up.
Good to see the Saint Michel preference squad looking to get involved, as indeed the EF Education Oakley, Team Picnic Post NL and High Tech as well, also showing willing. There's the next one coming from. Still, Kim Lacourt happy enough to tap away down the back of the peloton, saving energy. Still getting ever closer to that final mountain. 10.8 kilometers, as I mentioned, and 6.6% average. Sections at 11%. It's a tough climb. Not the toughest they'll see all year, but it is a very challenging climb, and comfortably the toughest climb in the UAE. Sporting pursuits are available hereabouts. Yeah, 27-hole golf course, which ought to be plenty. Course and a half. Golf and horse riding is an interesting duathlon. And a bit of shooting as well. Well, they like the modern pentathlon has the horses and the shooting, but they haven't got the golf, so that'd be a new one. Yeah. Interesting triathlon that. So panic averted for now at any rate. Vinnie Fantini's are able to distribute a few bottles. That's the key, isn't it? You've got to stay hydrated and keep eating, even when the pace is challenging, and got to make sure they've got all the replenishment required into that final climb of the day.
You were able to see a little glimpse of Lisa Longo-Borghini and Silvia Persico talking with each other. Right. In the middle of the peloton. But a potential strategy, of course, like you create a strategy in the morning in the post meeting with the DS, but it's actually sometimes it changes. Not all the time it happens what you thought it would have happened, and it's also important to have riders like Lisa Longo-Borghini or other riders that have experience and can potentially change the strategy during the race. And it's going to be important also to change the strategy on the climb, during the climb, because of course it's a long climb. You need to moderate your effort, and you have to be patient, and you need to understand which rider you want to use immediately and for how long, and you have to temper the way up, and you need to wait for the steepest point to just try and process the situation and to see how other teams want to face the climb, and if they attack or something.
Lorena Wiebes staying close to her teammates and close to the front. An interesting camera angle from the other side of that central reservation. I hope that camera's going to be able to make it back into the correct side, which happens to be the left side at the moment. Look at the speed. And here's something that we've barely seen all week. The UAE Team ATQ squad en masse at the back. Tinkles steals a little bit of a chat with Megan Jastrab. American rider, one addition. She's been former junior world champion. Alna Baxter, number 2, has been a key component of that squad this week as well. Lisa Longo-Borghini, I can only presume, is a little bit further up with Lara Gillespie. And there's past the University once again. Second time of asking today. Such an important seat of learning in these parts. Now, almost inevitably, it's a pink jersey. It's time for an EF Education Oakley attack. Haven't had one for a little while. Did see Magnier on the attack a little while ago, and this is now Dubot-Prévost, who's decided this is the gravel champion, isn't she, of France. Sister, of course, is the Tour de France champion, and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot not involved in the race this year, but she was, of course, part of it last year. Didn't bring her A game. She's only coming back to road racing, but she looked very comfortable in the crosswinds 12 months ago, and no doubt she would have given a little bit of intel and support to her sister in her exploits on the road now with the EF Education Oatley squad.
It was a pretty solid effort by her.
And why not? Still 30 to go, but a bit of a stall on in the peloton. They're going to give her a little bit of rope here. Ideally, she would have liked to have taken a few with her, but are we going to have our third solo attack of the day? Third sustained solo attack.
I'm guessing it's too early for many to try to go with Dubot-Prévost at the moment.
It's that right turn I mentioned. And the prevailing wind will be pretty much across the riders at this point, so we're not quite as swift of progress across the tarmac, but a few riders on the right hand side of the road could feel a bit vulnerable. Nicely timed effort, that. An anxious look over the shoulder, and gets the encouragement to persevere with this one. Axel Dubot-Prévost from Rennes. She'd be popping the bubbly at the top of this climb. It's non-alcoholic bubbly at this race, isn't it? Well, what do I do? Well, keep going. 29-year-old. Her first year at this level. Her career to this point in the proceedings has been pretty much off-road, hasn't it? She did do road riding about 10 years ago at continental level, but this is uncharted territory really for her at World Tour level.
Yeah, she's still understanding, and now she understood that it's time to be caught by the peloton, not to lose any more energy as Fenix Premier Tech. Instead, it's pretty active still on the front.
Well, that was a huge effort and paid for a little bit, but might be minded to try and stay as close to the front just now, because the Phoenix Premier Tech squad just hit the front. Gillespie spots the danger, such as it is. She sees all of those orange jerseys, wants to make sure that UAE Team ADQ are present, contributing, stymieing the effort in an entirely tactical and legal and ethical and understood kind of way. Jackson back in the front. And the San Michel squad just want to maintain a position. Not too many of her teammates about, and I think she's probably just seeing what's likely to happen anytime soon. Back towards Al Ain, and big old hill in the distance. Yeah, slower pace ordinarily compared to the likes of Abu Dhabi or Dubai. One of the world's oldest inhabited cities, which would make it old. Kenyan SRAM's on the crypto in good shape at the moment. Just a couple of efforts from teammates to try and link up front. Livalula Jacob. Haven't seen too much of them, I have to say, so far today. We've kept their nose clean, stayed out of the wind as best they could.
Yeah, they stayed protected the whole time basically, but in the end there was just what they had to do. In the end, there were other teams which are let's say, no favorite on paper, which have to do the job of closing potential gaps, and that was what happened. Yeah, Monica Trinca-Colonna was with her teammates easily on the wheel, and that's the way you save energy ahead of the climb.
As you can see, the wind coming right across the riders. Potential for a split or two here, but we're heading down towards the urban sprawl. Might be a little bit of protection from those buildings. And they haven't built the ones to the right just yet, so it will mean that riders spilling around the left-hand side potentially can gain a little bit of an advantage. It's once again Gillespie, one in front of Elisa Longoborghini.
The team ADQ chatting and getting ready for the upcoming second intermediate sprint. Also kind of launch pad for the climb to come.
Goal from the bidon for Gillespie and Lisa Longoborghini. And it'll be replicated throughout this peloton on what's a hot day for the riders of approaching 29 degrees Celsius. And if Education Oakley want to be present at the front, I thought that might have been the latest of the attacks, but not quite just yet. Saint Michel team starting to move up, encouraged perhaps by the recent attack of Alison Jackson. Well, there you go. It's all about this mountain, isn't it, in the GC fight at this particular event. No time trial in this short stage race, just 4 days. So it's all about how you perform on this final climb. Well, stay out of trouble in the approach to it, and then you've got to have your A game when you get to it.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's difficult to translate your trainings into racing. You never know actually your status until you race, and so far I've been flat stages, and you don't know where, like, in which condition your climb conditions are actually. So it's gonna be like a first time for many of the riders.
Nerves will be starting to jangle just a little bit. It's looming ever larger in the distance, and it's coming into sharp focus. For all the research you've done, it's only when you get on the climb that you really get to find out how those legs are going to behave. Hengveld is the tall figure on the right-hand side of the bunch, just at the head of affairs for the Visma Lease bike squad. Jebel Hafeet. That's where we're heading. Brings you right up to the coast. Literally, there's a fence here just behind us at the commentary position at the finish line. And on the other side of that fence is Oman. So we're right at the Oman border here. And it's such an important pilgrimage point, really, for visitors to the UAE, and indeed for citizens as well. 12.5 to the start of the climb. What can happen between now and then? Yeah, 1.2 kilometers up in total. It's the highest peak in the Emirates. Sorry, second highest in the UAE and the highest in Abu Dhabi. Over 500 ancient burial tombs on Jebel Hafeet. You can kind of understand why that might be a focal point for burials in times past. Brisk progress, but total control here from the leading World Tour squads. Got what they want out of this one, and Amanda Spratt just settling in to try and set something up. Will it be for herself? You would imagine for Niamh Fisher-Black will be the main focus. First time and last time at the UAE Tour.
Yeah, for her it was, as she said in the interview, the first time she was here, but also the last time, as she's going to retire at the end of the season. It's going to be a shame not to have her in the peloton, because she's one of those riders that made history. She's been in the peloton for a really long time, 15 years now, so she's seen a really huge change, like about what's happened in the last few years especially. It's completely new work compared to when she started being a pro rider. And I'm sure that like when she stops, she's going to be at some help, like yes, for some help for the team.
You would imagine that, well, yeah, that level of experience and
it cannot go wasted. You know what I mean? She knows so much, and she's so good also with I don't know, or like giving advice to the other riders, to the other teammates. She's really a role model, not only in Australia. She just is.
Well, our Kiwi teammate Niamh Fisher-Black is the focal point for the Lidl Trek squad, who took the victory, of course, in this race in 2023. That time, Lisa Longo-Borghini part of their lineup, leading a dramatic and sensational and very exciting and memorable indeed 1-2 with Gaia Reilini on that occasion. Now Niamh Fisher-Black to see what she can possibly achieve on this hill. Few would bet against her. Armchair ride now, by the looks of things, into the foot of this climb. She'll be, well, she's not on the climb yet, but most of those GC riders, I think, will be relieved about the way that this stage has unfolded. Haven't been too many moments of stress and anxiety, and a lot of them will be feeling that they're in good shape for the finale.
Yeah, exactly. There's not been like a clear breakaway or further attacks after that. It's been like pretty, as said, on and off all the time, but not considerably. Also now they are about to get through the second intermediate sprint, and I haven't seen like the stress I have seen like previously in the race. So we will see whether there is like a potential Movistar that now is moving up, maybe shaking the things up a little bit more, as they also lost Marlene Reusser. They maybe have other cards to play with. Francesca Barale, the young rider.
Will that give freedom to the other riders, or will they just have to? I mean, because it's a relatively simple scenario in that you've got a long flat ride to a big mountain. Do you just sort of set up for one rider, or can you come up with alternative strategies?
Yeah, you need to come up with another strategy if you wanna win the stage, or potentially win the overall today. It's all or nothing today. You start from zero. It's the first stage, but it feels like it's the first one after all.
Valier gives sight of Mia Griffin. Tried her luck in an attack a little while ago. And shut down by Lara Gillespie. Gillespie on the front at the moment. Ever vigilant. Down to 20 to go. 20 kilometers left of the 154. 20 kilometers left of the 537 kilometers that were faced in front of the riders when they began this week of racing. The fourth UAE Tour Women. It's been a busy day so far as the riders made their way out of Al Ain Hazard bin Zayed Stadium. Took a while for an early move to establish itself, but when it did, it was a solo raid by Sarah Lucon of the Top Girls Fassa Bortolo squad, reaching out early to try and take the intermediate sprint points that would secure the final black jersey at the finishing podium today. She managed to achieve that, and third across the line on that occasion. The rider wearing that jersey into today's competition is Francisca Koch. One more sprint to come, not too far away from it at this point, for Sarah Lucon to try and defend her situation, as she has the lead of that competition going to the final sprint. And then more solo raids. Once Lucon had come back into the fold, it was a long-range attack from Amber van der Hulst of the Volker Wessel cycling team. Over a minute advantage gained, but little flurries of excitement and attacks coming from the peloton. Phoenix Premier Tech particularly active today. EF Education Oatly as well. with Axel Dubois-Prévost reaching out in recent times, but solo and just clear of the field for a short period. But for the most part, this bunch has been pretty much together, controlled by the leading squads and preparing for the final climb to come today. We've got the small matter of the final intermediate sprint with the bonus seconds on offer for general classification as well, of course, to be considered. That's coming up in just over 5 kilometers time, and then we can settle in for the big climb, because Jebel Hafeet is looming in the distance for the riders, all 11 kilometers of it, and 6.6% average. It is a challenging hill, and it will decide the destination of honours in the UAE Tour Women 2026.
Second intermediate sprint is approaching, and Sarah Lucon is moving up with the team. It's going to be pretty important also for other teams to just move up. I'm talking especially with Kim Lecourt, who still sits in the back of the peloton. It's going to be pretty key moment, like the second intermediate sprint, because it's where you are basically at the top of the feet of the mountain, and that's where the action is going to come. Well, I guess also UAE Team ADQ is going to pace up the climb, because that's the team supposed to do it in other teams' minds. So
yeah, they're as defending champions, and with all the GC contenders level on time, there is a sense that Lisa Longo Borghini is almost a virtual red jersey. It's only the hill will actually decide that, but does that, yes, psychologically give them a little bit more responsibility as far as they and the other teams are concerned?
Yeah, so much. I mean, so far nothing has happened. No other teams are actually done anything to challenge Elisa Longo Borghini and UAE Team ADQ. So I reckon they just wait for her sprint or attack on the climb, to just trying to follow her and maybe distance her on the final kick. Also, maybe Kim Lecourt has a pretty explosive final kick, so can potentially that she's thinking.
The Team Picnic Post-Nl squad moving up on the front of the peloton as well, with Mia Griffin just trying to have a look around, locate a couple of teammates. I wonder what they've got in plan. Maybe some bonus seconds on offer for Chiboko towards that young rider competition.
Yeah, definitely. She only has 7 seconds to get from Zoe Bäckstedt, but Zoe Bäckstedt at the moment is still in the front, I reckon. So she's going to be also there for Kasia Nivadoma. She's third position, third wheel in the lead-out train.
Yeah, Canyon SRAM's on the crypto squad just to the left of the team hard right. So you see the yellow Visma Lisa bike squad, then the Canyon SRAM's on the cryptos to their left, with third in line of those riders is Zoe Bäckstedt leading that young rider competition. And she gone for glory today. The final points to be distributed very shortly, and the Top Girls Faso Bortolo squad have struggled to maintain a position at the front. That's a little bit of extra stress, you feel, for the rider in command of that points position, Sarah Lucon. She'll hope against hope, I suspect, that there won't be any points scored by FDJ, and most particularly by Francisca Koch. Now the Lidl Treks lining up. And this is as much as anything about so many riders just using what they've got left at the key moment. The Lidl Treks moving up on the left-hand side of the road in line astern. Looked like the FDJs were right behind them, so potential for a little bit of a smash and grab here yet to play out on the roads into this final sprint.
Yeah, if they're able to sprint for the bonus seconds, I think they are pretty good to have some extra seconds ahead from Longo Borghini and the other GC contenders. For Niv Fisher-Black can be really nice to have 3, 2 or 1 second, even if she can, of course, hold the pace of UAE Team ADQ on the climb, or Elisa Longo Borghini herself.
Speaking of whom, Lisa Longo Borghini is, what, 4th in line of the UAE Team ADQ squad. They're in drag race format. If they peel off the front, maybe, just maybe, you might be just poking your nose in the wind and finding yourself on the front and scooping a bonus second here or there. Everything can count in large amounts in this particular kind of affair. And the Top Girls Faso Bortolo squad trying to make their way through and find a gap behind Alison Jackson. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, as we're still 2 kilometers away, so you'd never just know know, things can change significantly in the final 2 kilometres ahead of this final intermediate sprint of the week. Visma bikes now have been supplanted at the front as it thins out a little bit through this roundabout, and the Canyon SRAM's on the Crypto squad take command. And most importantly, it's Zoe Backstead that's hit the front for them. We can rev it into those roundabouts, can't you? We've seen that on several occasions this week. The Lidl Trek squad will be satisfied to have maintained a position on the front, albeit they've detached a little bit, and it's the Picnic Post and L's that are filling the gap in between. Charging up the middle, you need big watts to be able to do that. And it's SD Works trying to solve a problem by appearing at the front at just the ideal moment. Right-hand side of the road, you've got the mix of the Canyon SRAMs and the UAE Team ADQ squads. Lisa Longo Borghini with the potential to scoop a couple of bonus seconds here.
Yeah, at the moment they are also boxing in a bit. Casinivedom on the right-hand side. There was Zoe Backstead and Casinivedom are trying to follow her, but at the same time there was also Elinor Backstead on the other side. And at the moment she sits exactly in the middle of the 2 sisters with Elisa Longo Borghini on the wheel.
Looking solid at the moment for Lisa Longo Borghini. Position of minimum fuss, really. Kilometre to this final sprint of the week. It's going to be a drag race sprint, isn't it, by the looks of things? The Visma Lisa bike squad hard on the right-hand side, trying to just move up, edge up a little bit, with the Lidl Treks just ever so slightly faster at the moment. And interestingly enough, you've got the UAE Team ADQ squad had sort of ended up in the middle of the road, have decided to back the right-hand side of the road once more. And 600 metres to this sprint is a roundabout. That's going to always make things a little bit interesting.
It's interesting also because FDJ Suez is at the moment at the back of the peloton, holding the last position and trying to move on, as you can see from the left-hand side. And there is still Lidl Trek pulling in the front.
Brilliantly done by the Lidl Trek squad. They own it on the right-hand side of your picture at the moment, and the others struggling to maintain that level of power and ability. It's Lara Gillespie now slotting down behind the Visma Lisa bike, and has... Well, Lorena Wiebes is starting to appear as well, and it feels as if Lisa Longo Borghini is not interested in getting involved in this one, and Francie Koch is going to go and potentially scoop that one. It is, I think, was it second across the line, and that's going to be the 5 points that will give Francie Koch the victory in this competition by one single point.
3 points to the third.
Was she third or was she second? That's the question, because we're pretty much nailed on that Lara Gillespie took that sprint, but we wait now for final confirmation of who was second and who was third across the line, because Francie Koch in that black jersey of intermediate sprints competition leader, she had a 4-point deficit going into that final sprint. Second pays 5 points, third place pays 3 points. So
we will see from the graphics soon, but anyway, something has changed definitely in the peloton, as you could hear also screams.
Yeah, let's get a look at this. You see Francie Koch just launching in that black jersey with the German colours. And, I think third. Yeah, I think third. So that means that Sarah Lucon will hang on to win that jersey by a single point. The long solo raid from the Italian. Not all to be confirmed, but it looked from the overhead as if Sarah Lucon had just about done enough by her raiding out front, and that Francisca Koch not quite able to pinch that one at the death. She did, though, get a bonus second towards the general classification. It's something she'll be satisfied about as we make our way past Green Mubazzarah, the development with the palm fronds, and sits at the foot of the climb. 2k to the climb proper, but the road's starting to rise here, and they're starting to feel the gradient a bit, and the moto riders and pillions are starting to feel those unforgiving and unrelenting speed bumps. And yeah, you need to be shouting that in the bunch just to let everyone know what's about to appear.
Yeah, absolutely. Also at this point of the race, the legs will scream as well, because you've been riding on the flat for so many Ks now, and also with the first slopes, which are not like so hard. We're talking about 3 up to 4%, and then from the second kilometer onwards, then there is the section where the average slope is 8%. So we are talking about a really steep section where positioning is really key, as well as like maybe potential attacks already there.
It's a long day waiting, and finally we arrive. Long week waiting indeed for all those GC contenders. This is all they've been thinking about every single, well, almost every single moment of the week, is this arrival onto the final iconic slopes of Jebel Hafeet today.
Yeah, it's also about the activate of the muscles, because at the moment the peloton was really riding quietly. I mean, in a calm way, not too much effort. And then, of course, like when you need to be really punchy on the climb and push some pedals, then your body finds it quite hard. I mean, also before the stage itself, we see riders doing some activation exercises, which also gives you the idea that the race is going to start pretty fast. And if there was the possibility to do some activation now, for sure there will be riders that do it. But I think that we'll do some kind of activation as soon as they hit the climb.
There's confirmation. Final intermediate sprint standings, and Sarah Lucon has just about done enough, so she's got a trip to the podium. And yeah, congratulations. Well done to the top girls, Faso Portolo rider. And I hope she gives a full account of herself on this climb, because need her at that podium. 400 metres to the start of this climb proper. The gradient has already started to ease upwards. They'll be feeling it ever so slightly. And that red jersey currently on the shoulders of Lorena Wiebes after 3 stunning sprint successes. Heading, one would anticipate, to the shoulders of another rider today. Going to be to the reigning champion, Elisa Longo Borghini. And Cassianovia Doma have had the winter preparation that will help her to overall success today. Be for Niamh Fisher-Black or...
At the moment, only one rider at the front, Zoe Baxter for Cassianovia Doma. Meantime, we have also Niamh Bradbury just coming up now. Good news for them.
Yeah, Canyon SRAM squad certainly assembling in strength close to the front. Good job too done by the AG Insurance Sudal squad as Gekira finds Kim LaCourte close to the front. Elisa Longo Borghini just has to make a little bit of an effort, and short of teammates at the moment, but she's put herself into prime position in amongst the favourites. Twinkles was with her by the looks of things, and now they're all starting to go backwards and toiling as the gradient grips and becomes challenging, and it's a long road to the top of the hill, and climbing is not your forte. So still a large group involved as the gradient does start to challenge the riders. At this point, it's quite a grippy lead into the climb. There's a little section at about 10%, and then it just eases ever so slightly.
Yeah, the climb, let's say, is divided in 4 parts. The first part is like the second steepest section with the max gradient of 7%, and then we have like really a punch in the belly of 9% up to 10%, and that's the second section. Les Winkels now with Silvia Persico and Elisa Longo Borghini pacing front of the peloton. That sets the tone a bit for the climb to come, because we are now on the 8% average.
Persico's huge. I barely mentioned her all day. She definitely deserved a little bit more of the mention in the build-up here. Of course, she was second on the climb 12 months ago and 8th the previous year, so she knows the hill well, she knows her role, she knows, and she is not a bad old plan B actually for the UAE Team ADQ squad, and they've got 3 really strong climbers on this hill, so Winkels will invest in the early stages. Long way to the top from here, but they've got really strong, high caliber climbing riders to set the agenda for the other group of favourites, and it's still a very, very large bunch that's involved here at the front.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. You need to be really patient and not to go too early. Now the pace is set by UAE Team ADQ, and Cassianovia Doma sits right behind them. Perfect spot for her. Of course, Larry Gillespie and Eleanor Baxter now.
Yeah, they can enjoy the climb and hope and listen on the radio that they're getting the good news from their teammates up front. They've done their work, and great work it has been so far this week. They'll leave it up to the climbing stars to settle in. The painful jog to the top of the mountain. Zwinkels looking jaw set, in control of her effort right now. How far and how deep into this climb can she go? And the tempo that she's setting at the moment is continuing to prove just too challenging for riders who want to stay there as long as they can. Olerud has assembled on the close to the top of the hill, close to the front of the group, and Suzanne Anderson there as well, her teammate, showing some interest. And Lorena's still there, and yeah, she'll try and hang on as long as she can on this hill. And I think she wants to sort of show respect for the jersey.
Yeah, she definitely can. She definitely can, like, hold on some more, because of course she's really strong. I mean, it's gonna be. I would not be surprised if she comes like maybe not in first group, but second, third group. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, like I say, she was 20th up the hill last year, 4 minutes and 22 seconds down. And as she says, she's nothing to worry about tomorrow in terms of trying to save a bit of energy, because she, you know, there's no more sprinting. Tomorrow's all done today, so she can leave it all out on the mountain, and just for the hell of it, as much as anything else, just investigate her potential on a high mountain. It's not something that she's very often done, if ever, in her career to this point. Along the Borghini, satisfied with the current progression. This is near 20 kilometers an hour at 10%.
So Juliette Berthet, this peloton, in this little group.
Good job being done at the moment by Marta Goossens to stay in there. She's got her two teammates further up in that group. I'm not so sure she's going to be there for a whole lot longer. Meanwhile, Francie Koch, after pushing for the bonus seconds, is staying in for a while, and looks okay. Looks like she's can handle this kind of effort. Gradient eases ever so slightly, and that's good news for those riders who were starting to feel it a bit. Ribas one of them? Indeed, she was. Ribas just loses a few bike lengths. The gradient eases to 6%. I wonder, will she push to regain that group for a little while longer, or will she say, well, enough is enough. It's been a brave effort. It's been a super week. It's been 3 stunning days of glory and victory, and red jerseys to behold, and there's a green jersey to collect at the top of the mountain.
She's been awesome. She did everything she could to hold on and trying to keep the jersey even today. But after 3 stage wins, she had to be happy about herself and the form she already has early on in the season. Longo Borghini on the radio.
And what's the word? Everything's good. Yeah, that tempo, what you're doing at the moment, keep doing that for another 8.5 kilometers. And everybody's feeling it. This is Barale, who might have had hopes and dreams of a white jersey today. Francesca Barale is feeling the pitch a little bit. Still early days in the season.
Zoe Baxter is still in this group, so potentially if she holds on, then she can potentially wear the white jersey at the end of the day as well.
So it's still 8K to go, and 26 seconds back to Lorena Wiebes. I'm not going to focus too much on that, really, because Lorena Wiebes is just going to set her own tempo and her own agenda on the climb, and up there as quick as she can. Meanwhile, still a very large bunch that is available to contest for glory today. Lula Jacob squad are happy enough. They've got Monica Colonel, 4th last year, in prime position. Spilling out the back, Vinnie Fantini have had a good week in the break. So Michelle Lauber trying to stay there as well. Everybody needing to stay focused, hydrated. get the sugars in. Haberlin's still there as well, the Swiss champion. Belgian champion Gekira available for the British national champion, her teammate Kim Lecourt.
Backstead struggling at the back of the peloton at the moment.
She's done well to last this far. Still 7.7 to go, but this is danger moment really for Zoe Backstead. Meanwhile, Francie Koch is going backwards as well. Pushed hard to try and hang on. German national road race champion, of course, in that intermediate sprints jersey. She'll hand that over to winner of the competition, Sarah Lucon, at the end of today.
One more rider for Elisa Longo Borghini, or maybe not, because Silvia Persico set one more effort, stay at the front.
She wants to keep her in as long as possible. And it's something we've seen from Zwinkels in the past, that she might drop away a bit and then come back, you know, when the grading comes back, or if there isn't an investment by the other teams. And what can the other teams do? Well, Zoe Backstead, at the moment, she's in a world of hurt. It's her personal purgatory, but she has the agenda, the incentive of trying to stay there and defend that white jersey as long as she possibly can on this hill. And she's staying there, and it really is a remarkable performance. What a great all-round talent she is. What an emerging superstar of the sport she is. She's a wonderful off-road competitor in cyclocross. Of course, world champion on the road as a junior. But she's loitering at the back, if that be the term. I think loitering is how labouring more is how she might describe it. The Italian winner of this particular race. Can she continue that remarkable situation? Now, all the other teams are happy enough to let the UAE set the tempo. I mean, can they react? Will they react? Is there a value in that at the moment? Monica, Trinka, Cullen. There was a few teams that have multiple representation in here.
It's definitely up to UAE Team ADQ to set the pace on the climb, because they are, of course, like trying to study every movement of Elisa Longo Borghini that can potentially try to attack when it's 2 kilometers to go, because that's the max slope that this climb can offer with the 11%, and that's where also she used to attack previous editions as well. So of course Monica Trinca Colonel is there looking at her, as well as all the other riders and GC contenders. Now we also have Kasia Nevadoma on the right.
Weissman just going backwards here, the human-powered health rider. So Backstead is hanging on grimly, because she's after getting through a 10% section. Gradient eases ever so slightly, coming a little bit back towards Zoe Backstead. Slightly frustratingly, she encounters Caroline Zwinkels, has to go up and over her, and finds herself with a couple of bike lengths to close. And it is on this mountain fundamentally a headwind. Now the wind isn't hugely, but you know, if you can stay in the group, then you're okay for a bit longer. But then if you find yourself detached, you've got to close a gap, and she hits a section that is at 10%. That's not ideal for her.
Absolutely, the wind plays an important role here, as well as the pace set by UAE Team ADQ. You see that the group is getting smaller and smaller. They make us look and feel that's pretty easy, but it's not, because it's 10%, and the pace that they have to keep, it's pretty high, because Elisa Longo Borghini needs a high pace in order to speed up and attack. Otherwise she doesn't go anywhere. I mean, she needs further teammates to work.
Yeah, and interesting that Zoe Backstead, trying to maintain a position, scoots over to the right-hand side of the road. She's looking for as much shelter as she can get from that mountain. She's also going to get slightly longer in the shade. And through that last little right-hander, she found herself going the slightly shorter course. Heading over to a left-hander, though, makes sense to go back towards the line that's been taken by the main group.
She's doing absolutely brilliant. I mean, she was really scared of this climb ahead of the race, but she's doing brilliantly to trying to keep the position and trying to pace up her own pace up the climb. I mean, it's all that she needs to do at the moment. She doesn't need to force. She just needs to go up and just maintain her own tempo, and then trying to keep the jersey.
So now it is Silvia Persico that sets the tempo, down to 1 for Elisa Longo Borghini. Kasia Nevadoma goes around, well, just looks to try and cover this one as the
Spratty.
Yeah, it's Spratt that's going. I was just for a moment wondering, was it Niamh Fisher-Black, but it's Spratt that's trying to set something up, and Lisa Longo Borghini realises that that's not going to last for any length of time, and that didn't really work out as the Little Trek squad would have hoped. But look at what that injection of pace and power has done to this group, as Lisa Longo Borghini, still fully 6 kilometres from the line, has decided to strike out for glory. Now she'll have a little look around at the damage that she's done. Kasia Niewiadoma has managed to hang in there. Monica Trinket-Colonel looking pretty good as well. Vigie is thereabouts as well. Is it Vigie? Nguyen that has managed to stay connected here. And now we have a wonderful piece of recovery work and a nice piece of work done by Niamh Fisher-Black as she arrives at the front and sets a searing pace. Kim LaCourte has managed to join up with this one. And we are now down to the battle of the favourites. 6 riders for overall glory here on this mountain. Fisher-Black has a little look over her shoulder and maybe just eases off ever so slightly. Wants Kasia Niewiadoma to set the tempo. And it's De Vries, actually. That's De Vries, of course, who went looking for bonus seconds early in the week. That is the Visma Lease bike rider that's infiltrated this one. Clearly on absolutely stunning form. Monica Trinket-Colonel hits the front, but they kind of start to almost grind to a halt, and potentially they're going to let these riders back up and in.
Yeah, the move of Amanda Spratt opened up the unwanted attack of Lisa Longo Borghini, which was trying to do a little bit of leg stretching in that moment, trying to see whether the other GC contenders were there and ready to go. It's still too early for Lisa Longo Borghini to make a difference on these slopes.
Last couple of kilometres just that little bit easier, but just before they reach that last couple of kilometres, that's where it really is at its most intense. And I suspect that's a point on the climb where a lot of the riders will be thinking about it. Split into 2 groups, and the chase group have just lost a rider as Moskova, the Cofidis squad, who's doing a great ride on the climb, you'd have to say. We get to a little bit of an echelon here as Gekira lines up behind Berthe. Juliette Berthe in Group 2 on this climb, so leading 6, and there's a bit of communication as if to say, do we really want to let them back in?
I think they're studying each other. It's still 5.6 k's to go. It's still a long time on this climb, open space, open wind. It's of course they need extra help from teammates if they come. Now we see
Ava
also
Van Aert is absolutely burying herself to try and close the gap. Haberlin is available, and they have stalled to almost walking pace just ahead. So it looks as if the junction is going to be made. For now, at any rate, those riders are back up to swell this up to about a 10-rider group. Chabocco is thereabouts, and just as I say it, Monica Trinket-Colonel pulls the trigger, and she has gone for glory. Niewiadoma, immediate reaction. The group that was almost in touch realize that they've got it all to do again. This 6% section means they can really rev, and they're absolutely flying along at north of 20 kilometers an hour, make that approaching 30 kilometers an hour. It's incredible the way they get up this hill at such speed. And Monica Trinket-Colonel showing the sort of quality of athletic ability that she burst on the scene with in last year's UAE Tour Women, as Niewiadoma and the reigning champion Lisa Longo Borghini in her wheel tracks.
they seem all pretty ready to go. They are waiting for the attacks to come and for the decisive slope to attack.
Kim LaCourte has cracked. She just gets on the radio and says, that's me, that's all I've got. And that's unfortunate for the Mauritian rider who was third on this mountain 12 months ago, but she's not going to challenge for glory. We're down to 5 up front, and it's still Monica Trinket-Colonel turning the screw and eliminating another rider from contention. That's a surprise and a shock and a source of concern. Though she'll try and recover as quickly as she can. She'll be scooped up by the group, including her teammate Justin Gehira, very shortly. But remarkable, really, isn't it, just how much of a gap they've put into the best of the rest behind, and that group's starting to fracture as well. Van Aert was doing a great job for Berthe. I wonder if it's Berthe that's trying to see what she can do about leave the rest of those.
Absolutely, that's Berthe with Eva Van Aert in the second group. The pace, of course, set by Monica Trinket-Colonel hurted quite a few people here.
It's actually Chiboko that's gone for a little bit of a solo raid to try and race across the extraordinary gulf that exists between these teams. Eleonora Chiboko trying to vault across. Not going to happen. Monica Trinca-Colonel is on the attack once more. What a show of strength and ability. Niamh Fisher-Black and Kasia Niewiadoma just having to take a moment to react to that one. Femke de Vries is absolutely rock solid here. The rider third in line, probably the biggest surprise in this group is Femke de Vries.
Yes, absolutely was the biggest surprise, but she's riding really well, and she's marking Elisa Longo Borghini every moment she does. At the moment, she's right on the wheel, pacing.
And here comes Niamh Fisher-Black. She's had quite enough of that. No more of this attack stall. She's decided it's her turn to launch an attack. She's already done one. A couple from Monica Trinca-Colonel. One effort so far that we noticed from Elisa Longo Borghini. De Vries and Kasia Niewiadoma following the wheels and looking very strong in doing it to this point in the proceedings. Will Niewiadoma take it up on the front? Because I feel sure that Niamh Fisher-Black is about to stall. And this one is a constant attack stall. Ultimately, their progress is still significant, and they've got a decent gap. Well, a huge gap, isn't it? Approaching half a minute on the best of the rest on this mountain. And just as I say it, if they continue to stall, it looks as if Berthe is going to be able to drag herself back into contention. She's managed to haul herself up to Chiboko. Haberlin looking solid, the Swiss champion, representing well for the SD Works squad. As their plan B after the departure of Anna van der Breggen. Fisher-Black happy to launch the attack, not so happy to set the tempo on the front, and the wind may be playing a little bit of a role in the tactics.
Yes, exactly. 4K to go, and of course, like being at the front doesn't help you in getting extra wind and lose some energy, whilst Elisa Longo Borghini and the others are well covered behind and just follow the rhythm and the tempo set by Niamh Fisher-Black. But I reckon that it's soon time for Elisa Longo Borghini to make a move, because she looks like she's waiting for the right moment to attack. Yes.
Few know this hill as well as this rider, who's been an ever-present in this race since its inception in 2023. She's won the race on 2 occasions, and she's won it with her efforts on this particular mountain, and indeed being representative of the UAE Team ADQ squad. She certainly knows the hill. They'll have come and recce'd it. They will have detailed planning, and she'll be getting the word from the team car behind exactly what this one's about. It's Niewiadoma that fires this time. So they looked in danger of letting that group 2 close down the gap, and well, they're not quite going to let them in, and it's Kasia Niewiadoma that is next to take responsibility, you feel, for the attack. De Vries next up. It's a funny way of sharing the workload, but it's effective in maintaining a position. All of these riders, as far as I can tell, yep, they're all in the same position on general classification. Well, De Vries has a 3-second advantage.
3 seconds.
De Vries is second in line here with that yellow jersey. The Visma Lease bike rider has scooped some bonus seconds out the road. They could prove critical. Let's not forget as well the 10, 6 and 4 on offer at the finish line. But all of the other riders started the day 30 seconds down, so basically fundamentally level on time. It's just De Vries has the GC advantage here.
Yeah, she's the virtual head. There she is.
Well, there's Elisa Longo Borghini, and she knows the time to launch, and she opens up a gap of about a bike length or 2, and Kasia Niewiadoma's not able to do it. De Vries tries to fix that one, but here goes Elisa Longo Borghini, and she's not going to let up just yet. Will De Vries be able to get herself back onto the tail of the Italian champion? She's burying herself. She's within a couple of bike lengths, but will she be able to join up? And that's a key moment, because Niewiadoma looks like she's out of breakfast just now. The gap's opening up on the hill. As we see from this helicopter shot, it's going to be tough for anyone to get on terms. Elisa Longo Borghini goes again, and De Vries starts to wilt.
This is attack by Elisa Longo Borghini that
Trinca-Colonel couldn't do anything about it. Niamh Fisher-Black in picture here, also toiling on the mountain. And the hill will decide, and when Elisa Longo Borghini decided to launch, well, there is nothing to touch this rider in this kind of form. Different preparation this year. The Kasia Niewiadoma and Femke de Vries are managing to ride their way back into contention here. Niewiadoma has recovered the better, and she looks a little bit fresher as things currently stand, but the grimace on her face tells a story. She is absolutely at the end of her tether. Will we have a reset? Will Monica Trinca-Colonel be able to make her way back in? Niamh Fisher-Black isn't too far behind the Italian rider, but it's Lisa Longo-Borghini that has set her stall out and just announced herself as the strongest rider. Almost at the point where De Vries was back in, Elisa Longo-Borghini goes again. So it's now the champion of the Giro d'Italia against the champion of the Tour de France from 2 years ago. And which one is going to prevail over the final 3 kilometers?
These are the steepest sections, and you can see also the efforts they both put in. It's also important for the other riders to just keep control of the situation and not to go too far out of the limits. It's important to pace up the climb and trying to reach the easiest slopes, but it's super hard when you have a killer pace set by Elisa Longo-Borghini that tries again.
She's gone again. She tried to play a little bit of poker with it, didn't she? Go alongside and say, you know, I can go shoulder to shoulder with you to the top of the mountain. Elisa Longo-Borghini, well, you can't kid a kidder. She knew all about that one, and she sensed that she is the dominant force here. And as the gradient grips again with 3 kilometers to go, Elisa Longo-Borghini takes to the pavement, but there won't be any penalty for that. It's a free run here, and I think Castianevia does in pursuit of her. And will she be able to toil her way back in? She doesn't give up too easy, does the Polish champion. It's national champions everywhere, isn't it? The Polish champion against the Italian champion. And she's back on and back in.
They are two absolute champions. And Elisa tries again. It's incredible.
The second she gets back on terms, Elisa Longo-Borghini launches again, and will that be one more attack and maybe a final attack for Elisa Longo-Borghini? It's the most amount of advantage she's had on this hill, as she immediately scampers clear to what, maybe 20 meters, 30 meters clear, and rising up to 10 seconds almost of an advantage. Still 2.5 kilometers to go. It's a long way to the top of the mountain from here, but Elisa Longo-Borghini's been here before, and she knows exactly how to ride this one. De Vries hasn't given up on this one either. She's still in touch with Castianevia and potentially on course for second overall. Mind you, neither two has Monica Trinca-Colonel measuring her effort to perfection on this climb as well.
This climb has to be like a work of passion, not only on the legs but especially on the mind, because when Castianevia saw Elisa Longo-Borghini so close but then attacking one more time, it was like really painful, not just for the legs but just also psychologically, when you just can't anymore. But she's trying to deal with the efforts and trying to manage the efforts to be not so far away, as well as she's doing. Also Monica Trinca-Colonel and Femke De Vries.
Well, they join up. It's a work of passion, isn't it, up front for Elisa Longo-Borghini. Nice way of putting it. No more passionate bike rider, no more experienced bike rider. And it would appear no more talented bike rider as well. Different approach to her training through the winter, but ultimately it's led to the same result. A rider who is imperious on Jebel Hafeet. Her pursuers in ones and twos now. Castianevia potentially just dropping back into the clutches of Femke De Vries and Monica Trinca-Colonel. Well, it's showing as a 15-second margin there. I'm not sure it's quite that big a gap between second and the third and fourth riders on the hill. But the gap is certainly well over half a minute now for Elisa Longo-Borghini, as the gradient eases ever so slightly. She's able to contemplate the big ring for the final couple of kilometers of this climb. She'll settle into the rhythm. She knows what's possible now. She knows she's the strongest on the mountain, and she knows how to measure it all the way to the line from here.
Yeah, she knows the climb. She knows the watts she has to push on the climb and keep, especially, and knowing that she also made a difference gives her an extra boost of confidence to arrive to the finish line, and having also the time to salute.
Niviadoma overhauled by De Vries and Monica Trinca-Colonel, immediately dispensed with, so that's a huge effort made by the Polish rider it was all in for the win, really, and she won't be that miffed by the fact that she's been distanced by the other two. She may indeed be able to recover and go back up to her, but she tried to stay with Elisa Longo-Borghini for as long as she possibly could. It was all about trying to take the overall win. And the Polish rider will feel that, yeah, she's got decent form, maybe not the top form that she would have liked to take the win this week, but nonetheless, she's thereabouts, and with hopes and dreams of further glory in the season. Meanwhile, 1,500 metres to the top for the race leader and the reigning champion, and it would appear the champion-elect. The champion defence is on course. 1,400 to the top for the team captain and the team leader of the UAE Team ADQ squad. Looking relaxed as Trinke Colonel and Femke de Vries look to, at this particular point of the climb, it's possible that they can get a benefit from going up and over and working together.
Yeah, it's not so hard in this final section. It's probably one of the easiest slopes that they will tackle, and for sure, like being with another rider also helps in maybe trying to recover some time, some seconds. In time, Kasia Niewiadoma is on her own.
She's pedaling squares, and you wonder where indeed fifth place rider is on the hill, scattered all over this mountain at the moment. Fisher Black was the final rider to be detached by this group, or the sort of fifth rider, if you want to say it. At any rate, under the kite, 1,000 metres remaining for Elisa Longo-Borghini. Gradient becomes ever so slightly more challenging, so she goes to a lower gear ratio. She down on the small ring. You can see that her cadence just suddenly revved up there. Meanwhile, Monica Trinke Colonel, having announced her presence as a general classification contender, with fourth on this mountain 12 months ago, finishing 38 seconds down on Elisa Longo-Borghini on that occasion. She's about 23 seconds down now, so there's every chance that she'll just maybe just close the deficit a bit, move up on general classification as well, and continue her trajectory of improvement as a top World Tour bike rider. Niewiadoma, though, over 3/4 of a minute down. And it only seems a heartbeat ago since she was up front and challenging for glory. Monica Trinke Colonel spots an opportunity to put the breakout star of this particular event, Femke de Vries, a little bit further behind. De Vries, though, with a 3-second advantage on Trinke Colonel starting the day, but of course there are 2 extra bonus seconds available, so even finishing third, I think she'll manage to finish second in this race as long as she's with her, but she needs to be with Monica Trinke Colonel at the finish line. So that one's in doubt. Who's going to finish second? Who's going to finish third overall in this race? No doubt, I think, at this point, who's going to win this race overall. She's going to win stage honours and the overall. We've been talking about her all week. And finally, it's victory for the UAE Team ADQ squad after playing second fiddle to the SD Works team over the first 3 sprint stages. Now, come with the hour, come with the woman, and it is once again Elisa Longo-Borghini inside the final moments of this beautifully produced display of stage race ability. It's glory once again on Jebel Hafeet for Elisa Longo-Borghini. She has a little look over her shoulder, and now, at last, she can celebrate a triple success on Jebel Hafeet and victory in UAE Tour Women for 2026. Monica Trinke Colonel powers through the final bend, still has a bit of daylight between herself and Femke de Vries, so likely moving to second overall. If there's a separation between those 2 riders at the conclusion, I suspect there will. Kasia Niewiadoma, racing solo, has fended off the rest just about, managing to hold off Niamh Fisher Black for what's going to be 4th on the day, 4th in the bike race. Already in recovery mode and looking in control of her breathing. I think there's Kasia Niewiadoma, just as I say, and it wasn't Niamh Fisher Black, it's actually Kim LaCourte. What a great recovery by LaCourte. She was detached early on in the climb, wasn't she?
Absolutely. She initially had the help of Justine Kekiere, but she was also like able to manage her efforts and just to pace up the climb really well, to the point to reach even Kasia Niewiadoma. I think Kasia also like just lost a bit of hopes during the last meters, and now we see Eleonora Chabocco also getting some extra second that can potentially like make her wear the white jersey.
Yes, yeah. Eleonora Chabocco of the Team Picnic Post NL squad, superb job done by her. Italians with much to celebrate. Not least Lisa Longo Borghini giving the fans at the top of the mountain something to cheer for, and good job done by Steffi Hamelin as well. Gikera for the AG Sudal squad. Kofilis also producing a top 10 performance, was it there for Skova, to be confirmed. Just about the most cool, calm and relaxed person on the top of the mountain is the rider that's just done 154 kilometers and absolutely haired up this final mountain as if it wasn't there. It was as routine a win as you're going to get for any rider. And for Elisa Longo Borghini, she knows, having been in the peloton for as long as she has, that they don't come that easy. But that looked pretty comfortable. She'll be thrilled with that one. Well, this was the moment when Elisa Longo Borghini decided to bring things out immediately on the pedals. Kasia Niewiadoma gave up a couple of bike lengths, and Femke de Vries, I think, just wanted to ride up and around her, but she wasn't able to finish that one off. Niewiadoma, not quite the same snap, but she was able to grind her way back onto the back wheel of Elisa Longo Borghini, but, well, by the time it came to this point, massive fissures in that lead group. Riders all over the mountain, and the bonus seconds seem almost moot, really. Any conversation we had about those during the week.
How to describe Elisa Longo Borghini, by the way? I'm still speechless, really. You know that she is one of the strongest riders in the world, but after watching what she does during the races, both on the flat and on the climb, you're just like speechless.
And how she behaves as well, and how she presents herself. It's a 1-2 for Italy on the climb. So Elisa Longo Borghini gets the victory ahead of Monica Trinket-Colonel. Femke de Vries, fine third place for the Visma Lease bike rider. First Dutch top 3 on this Jebel Hafeet in the history of the event, short history of the event. Kim LaCourt, a great recovery ride for the head of Kasia Niewiadoma, Chabocco, Fisher Black, Haberlin, Gekera, Julia Berthet. Recovering as well for 10th, albeit 1 minute 38 seconds down on Elisa Longo Borghini, whose stage victory comes with the final red jersey as well of overall success in the event. And it'll be interesting to get the thoughts of the reigning and still the champion of the UAE Tour Women, Elisa Longo Borghini. Let's hear from her now.
Elisa, victory number 3 at the UAE Tour. How do you describe that one?
Yeah, it's definitely a victory that tastes really well, because as a team we really wanted to win here, and personally Jebel Hafeet is a climb that I have in my heart. I want to thank all the staff members and the team UAE ADQ, because they supported me at the best, and today we were really committed to this victory. We came here not sure about the shape that I had, because we took it a little bit easier this winter, and it was a bit harder to win this year compared to last year. So yeah, I'm very, very happy, and I thank my trainer Paolo Longo and all the people that are staying behind me and working in the shadow.
Was it the plan to go for the win within 4 kilometers to go?
Well, they started attacking, and I like to play, so I went into the game and I stayed calm and chill until, I saw them pretty tired. Then I did one attack. I saw Kasia following me, and then when I saw that she looked a little bit tired, I went again, and I could drop her. but chapeau to everyone today because they made the race nice. At least the climb, the first part was pretty boring.
What was the feeling crossing the line?
Yeah, it's joy, and I have this climb reminds me of a friend that I lost last year, and I have him in my heart. So again, this is a climb that it's special, and a victory that goes to him.
Complimenti.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice words there from Elisa Longoborghini. She pays tribute to her fallen friend. So Elisa Longoborghini, a 16-second margin of success at the conclusion of 4 days of racing. Monica Trinca-Colonel elevated to the final finishing podium. Fenkova de Greece in fine third place, just besting Kim LaCourte, I think, based on the. Oh no, she's just 1 second down on Monica Trinca-Colonel, full 50 seconds ahead of Kim LaCourte. And fundamentally, the final finishing order of general classification reflecting the top 10.
Good
on
representation of the Italian nation, by the way. With 2 people in the first 3. So with also Eleonora Ciabocco getting the white jersey. Not too bad to be like in this shape already early on in the season. And of course the black jersey with Sarah Lucon.
Oh yeah, so a pretty good day for Italy all round, it has to be said, absolutely, yeah. 3 riders in the top 6, 2 in the top 2. And first Dutch appearance in the top 3 of this particular stage, although Dutch riders have won pretty much all the other stages, haven't they? Amber Kraak and Charlotte Cole, as well as Lorena Wiebes. Celebrations are plenty. We're looking forward now to our podium presentation. Could take a little while now for this one. We're awaiting the arrival of well, first of all, looks like we have the appearance of the erstwhile red jersey holder, but the winner of the green jersey and winner of the points classification after 3 sensational stage successes this week. Lorena Wiebes arrives at the top of the climb. Her week is complete and much to celebrate. Somewhere further down the hill, we're assuming, is Sarah Lucon. She went out early, didn't she, on that finishing climb, but she's got the intermediate sprints classification to celebrate, and we'll escort her to the podium swiftly as we can.
Good reward for her. It's been out for so long on her own. In the end, chapeau to her and chapeau to everybody here. Actually, they made really a good fight until the end, as Elisa Longoborghini said. It wasn't so easy to win for her, so it was a really good fight on the climb.
Yeah, she had to battle for it, but she had the form. It'll be interesting to see the final finishing times on the hill and how they compare with previous years, albeit we did have a little bit of a headwind. I'm not sure if we have the wind conditions from previous years as well, but no doubt someone will be making those calculations and working them out. But I think Elisa Longoborghini has much to be content about. She has built a very, very solid base of fitness into the season and clearly has enough of a peak to produce World Tour stage race winning performance.
She still has the margin to improve, of course, like starting the year like this with the awareness of being strong but not at your best. It also gives you further motivation for the further goals in the season, and yes, also having the emotional part also on this climb. As she said, she's paying tribute to the friend lost last year. She also gives you further motivation to paying tribute to that.
So the various developments in and around Al Ain, which is it's a peaceful town, isn't it? But it's growing, developing, extending. Funny old day, wasn't it? I think a slow burner would be the operative phrase. well over 4¼ hours of racing and 156 kilometers in prospect for the riders as they prepared for the 4th and final stage of UAE Tour Women 2026. On the foot of Jebel Hafeet and Al Ain Hazza bin Zayed Stadium, the riders would wind and wend their way. Lorena Wiebes in the red jersey after 3 great stage successes, knowing that she was going to be handing that over at the end of the day. But which of the GC contenders would climb the best, and who would win the intermediate sprints classification? Sarah Lucon going north, heading out to an advantage, approaching 4 minutes at one stage. The 20-year-old Italian rider with the Top Girls Faso Bortolo squad racing clear and managing to last long enough to take the top points at the first of the 2 intermediate sprints. Those 8 points would prove key behind her nearest rival, indeed the rider wearing that jersey into the final day. Tried her luck to score, but Franziska Koch ultimately would come up short by the narrowest of margins. And we had Amber van der Hulst clear of the field, an extended period out front, north of a minute advantage for the Dutch rider. UAE Team ADQ squad maintaining a position to control. Lara Gillespie taking the final intermediate sprint, Koch in third, falling short by just a single second on taking that intermediate sprints classification from Sarah Lucon. And then on to the final climb and into the final kilometers as the reigning champion, Elisa Longo Borghini, one by one. The other contenders were eliminated. Nevia Doma, the last to resist the unrelenting pace of the Italian champion. And the reigning title holder defends her crown in the most imperious fashion, streaking to victory, 16 seconds clear ultimately of Monica Trinca-Colonel. Femke de Vries, fine 3rd place finish for the Dutch rider. Courtney Viadoma, Chaboko, Fisher Black, Haberlin, Gakira and Juliette Berthet also in the top 10 and moving up on the final day, and with something to reflect and celebrate after a terrific 4 days of racing action. There's Jebel Hafeet. Extraordinary limestone creation. It's been a fascinating week. Funny old stage, the final day. It looked as if it was going to fire up on a few occasions, but nothing sustained for any length of time. Still, though, we had the GC battle that we anticipated. Plenty of riders with something to celebrate. 1 or 2 riders might be a little bit frustrated with how it played out. Carlin Swinkels, I think, will be absolutely thrilled. Her teammate, Elisa Longo Borghini, has produced. Silvia Persico and the rest of the UAE Team ADQ squad.
I see you riding. I saw you and I say, wait for me, I can do another pull. And then
yeah, I wait for you and then it's like, oh, okay.
Then I say, okay. Then I see you going and I say, okay, now.
Swinkels stayed in as long as she could, and Persico wanted her to stay, do that extra effort that time. 3 times Lisa Longo Borghini has won on Jebel Hafeet, and on each occasion it has produced an overall success. Have you enjoyed the week?
Yes, definitely. It was really, of course, it's as said, it's the first race for many, but it was quite a battle for every jersey. It was nice to see many people go in exploration mode and attack each other, looking forward to some wind, which in the end didn't play so much role after all, just today a little bit on the climb. But it was nothing to do when you have such a rider in front, such as Elisa Longo Borghini.
The hill decided, didn't it? It I mean, the strongest prevailed. It's quite simple. It's complicated and simple at one and the same time. The Visma bike squad are going to be thrilled with that one. It's a superb performance from Femke de Vries. A little bit, she's the bolter really. This, if it was Monica Trinket-Colonel 12 months ago, Femke de Vries probably is the surprise package. 31-year-old from Amersfoort. She was second overall in Ardèche last year, so we can't be too surprised. It's a slightly lower level of a race, but it's a really, really demanding and tough race. So she has performed on some tough mountains in the past. Second overall in Tour de Feminin in 2024. That's in Czech Republic. But that's a massive result at World Tour level for the Visma bike rider. And she was amongst the first to react. Absolutely flying form. Realised that Nivea Doma wasn't going to quite be able to close the gap, and immediately up and over. You sort of think if she got on the wheel of Elisa Longo Borghini a bit quicker, the issue might have been slightly different, but ultimately I think Longo Borghini, she was getting clear. She would just have to keep attacking. Eventually this was the one that broke the spirit of the final. That rider to resist.
It also says a lot about the preparation done throughout the winter. I mean, how good it was, and if you didn't have any impediment to build up because like probably Elisa wasn't either sick or didn't have any potential issue to skip trainings. Also, she went, as said, on Teide for 2 weeks, which was of course something that not everyone does. Also, she was with her own coach, which of course is a plus, because not every coach follows you like on the road every day, all day, tells you what to do. I mean, Elisa doesn't need a person that tells her what to do and when to put effort in something. This is just simply putting effort all the time. She's so focused and structured. I mean, but having Paolo Longo for her, following her, that means a lot for her.
It's just an extra support at these key moments, the key in camps. Yeah. Not every rider has a coach of their choice as well. An awful lot of teams will insist that you use the team coaching, which makes sense as well for a lot of riders. But I suppose when you're at an elevated status in the World Tour,
yeah, it's good when you find your own coach and you bring him to the next team and begin all over again, or not at all even. Something you continue the job you've done so far, trying to improve. There's always margin to improve, for sure. These two Italian riders that are chatting with Elisa have for sure still a margin to improve.
Yes, it's Italian Congress here at the top of the mountain, isn't it? So Monica Trinket-Colonel will join Elisa Longo Borghini on the podium. Chibocco is going to collect that white jersey.
Some thoughts about the climb.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for the presentation of the final stage of the UAE Tour for Women, presented by the AD Ports Group. Today's stage was the mod-on stage of this year's race.
أيها السيدات والسادة، نرحب بكم في حفل تتويج بطلات النسخة الرابعة من طواف الإمارات للسيدات، والمرحلة الرابعة مرحلة مدن.
The first part of our presentation, we'd like to invite the people who are going to present the awards. So our dignitaries we'd like to invite onto the stage. First of all, His Excellency Dr. Mughia Khamis Al-Khaili, Secretary General of Earthside Philanthropies. His Excellency Mansour Osaiba, UAE Cycling Federation Chairman. His Excellency Arif Alawani, General Secretary of Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and Ms. Fatima Mohammed Al-Hamadi, Chief Commercial Officer of KZAD Group.
ولتتويج البطلات ندعو معالي الدكتور مغير خميس الخيري الأمين العام لمؤسسة إرث زايد الإنساني، يرافقه سعادة المهندس منصور بوعصيبة رئيس اتحاد الإمارات للدراجات الهوائية، ويرافقه سعادة عارف حمد العواني الأمين العام لمجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، وترافقهم السيدة فاطمة محمد الحمادي الرئيس التنفيذي للشؤون التجارية لمجموعة كيزات. وندعو أيضا سعادة مطر سهيل اليبهوني رئيس مجلس إدارة نادي أبو ظبي للدراجات الهوائية، وسعادة الدكتور أحمد عبد الله القبيسي الأمين العام المساعد لمجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، وسعادة طلال مصطفى الهاشمي مدير تنفيذي قطاع الفعاليات لمجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، والدكتورة ميرا سعيد الكعبي رئيس الأكاديمية الوطنية لتنمية الطفولة.
And we also welcome His Excellency Mata Suhail Ali Al Yabouni, Chairman of Abu Dhabi Cycling Club. His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al Kubayzi, Assistant General Secretary of Abu Dhabi Sports Council. His Excellency Talal Mustafa Al Hashmi, Executive Director of the Events Section at Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and Dr. Mira Saeed Al Kaibi, Acting President of the National Academy for Childhood Development. Please welcome your stage winner of the fourth stage of the UAE Tour Women, presented by the AD Ports Group, riding for UAE Team ADQ, Elisa Longo Borghini.
58th career success for the 34-year-old. So Elisa Longo Borghini once again
the medal
claims success on Jebel Hafeet. She made the mountain her own, has a special place in her heart, as she says.
شكرا لمعالي الدكتور مغير خميس الخيلي تقديمه الميدالية للفائزة وبطلة المرحلة.
Measured and respectful, and such a dominant force on the hill, and the way she carries herself around the ceremonies of these events.
And the winner of the mod-on stage of this year's race from UAE Team ADQ, Elisa Longo Borghini.
She'll be back in this ceremony.
Elisa Longo Borghini.
4 Jebel Hafeet stages in the history of this event. 3 times it's Elisa Longo Borghini that has claimed the prize. Monica Trinca-Cullen getting to it in 12 seconds. She was 38 seconds down on Elisa Longo Borghini in this equivalent stage 12 months ago, so her trajectory is still very much northwards. Quite on terms with Longo Borghini. She had a bit in hand today, didn't she?
We'd like to invite now the rider who finishes in 3rd place overall in this
podium.
UAE Tour for Women. What a performance on the final mountain from Visma Lisa bike, Femke de Vries.
A stunning performance at World Tour level, backing up that 2nd place overall in Tour de l'Ardèche last year. She was bested on that occasion by Monica Trinca-Cullen. But yeah, Femke de Vries really enjoying this experience. Why not? She was teak tough herself, and Kasia Niewiadoma really the only ones to try and resist those attacks from Elisa Longo Borghini. She's soaking up the atmosphere here.
Femke de Vries In third place, sorry, we lost our microphones for just one moment. From Visma Lisa Bike, Femke de Vries is the third placed rider. We'd like to invite His Excellency Mansour Bou Asseba, UAE Cycling Federation Chairman, to present the medal.
شكرا لسعادة المهندس منصور بوعصيبة تقديمه الميدالية لقائد التطواف بالمركز الثالث.
And the trophy will be presented by His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al-Kubaisi.
شكرا لسعادة الدكتور أحمد عبد الله القبيسي تقديمه درع البطولة لصاحبة المركز الثالث فيمكا دي فريس من فريق فيزما ليزا بايك.
In third place from Visma Lisa Bike, Femke de Vries.
She's celebrating like she's won the race, and I think in some respects that's a breakthrough performance for her.
Onto the stage.
She'll carry into the rest of the season, starting in fine form.
To the rider who moves onto the podium this time in the UAE Tour for Women, riding for the Liv Alula Jayco team, Monica Trinca-Colonel.
Monica Trinca-Colonel.
Fourth 12 months ago, now onto the podium in second place.
We'd like to invite His Excellency Arif Alawani to present the medal.
Heading northwards in her career. What a talent she is. And if Elisa Longo-Borghini is in the twilight period of her career, we won't write her off just yet, 34, but certainly she's further up, further along in her career, while Monica Trinca-Colonel is coming behind and gaining experience.
In second place in the UAE Tour for Women from Liv Alula Jayco, Monica Trinca-Colonel.
With the experience is coming big results.
في تصدر النقاط مونيكا من فريق ليف جايكو العلا.
Measured her effort beautifully on that final podium.
Of the UAE Tour for Women, presented by AD Ports Group. Please welcome onto the stage the rider who completes the hat trick of winning the UAE Tour. She rides for UAE Team ADQ. Please welcome Elisa Longo-Borghini.
A champion of 2026, as she was 12 months ago, and indeed as she was in 2023. Celebrations all round on the top step of the podium for the rider who has been an irrepressible force. Came in as the outright favourite. Wanted to measure the expectations around that a bit, didn't she? But in the end, her preparation is absolutely perfect. And honouring the race, honouring her defence, and of course her sponsors will be thrilled as well that they have taken this race seriously and delivered in fine style. And her team with her to celebrate. It's been an all-round team performance all week. She's done her bit actually in the lead-outs for Laura Gillespie, and in turn that team has gathered around her today, and she has delivered in fine style. Yeah, champion of the UAE Tour Women 2026, Elisa Longo-Borghini.
There's our podium, Femke de Vries, Monica Trinca-Colonel and Elisa Longo-Borghini. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our winner, the national anthem of Italy.
والآن أيها السيدات والسادة النشيد الوطني لإيطاليا.
The winner of the UAE
We're getting the full national anthem. We usually get about 2 songs for the price of one with that one.
Lee.
Lisa was winding up for the big push there on that one.
Colonel. We'd like to say thank you to
Nonetheless,
all our
rousing
dignitaries
rendition.
who've been with us on the stage, who are going to leave
familiar
the stage
tune,
now.
isn't it? The
And
top
also
of Jebel
thank you
Hafeet.
to our winners as they depart the stage as well.
نطلب من معالي الدكتور
More jerseys to
خميس
present.
الخيري الامين العام لمؤسسه ارث زايد
More prizes
الانساني
to be
وسعاده
distributed.
عارف حمد العواني الامين العام لمجلس ابو ظبي الرياضي البقاء على مسرح
young
طواف
rider.
الامارات
Intermediate sprints classifications.
بطلة السباق
Further confirmation of the general classification at the conclusion of the week. Just 16 seconds between Lisa Longa-Borghini and Monica Trinca-Colonel. It was a little bit closer, wasn't it? Femke de Vries within 17 seconds at the end of 4 tough days of racing. McCourt, Nelia Doma, Chaboko, Fisher Black, Haberlin, Kira Berthe with something to celebrate from the week. All improving on recent performances. I think Kim LaCourte actually is the only one to drop, but she only dropped by 1 place. So again, she'll probably be relatively content with her situation as she heads into the battles to come.
The trophy, which signifies the winner of the UAE Tour Women, presented by AD Ports Group. Please welcome onto the stage to receive the trophy, the winner of this race for the 3rd time from UAE Team ADQ, Elisa Longa-Borghini.
She's got a few of these at home. Replicas and
البطل الإيطالية من فريق الإمارات ADQ إليسا لونغو-بورغيني.
The Unity Trophy is lifted and presented now to the winner of this race, the winner of the UAE Tour for Women, presented by AD Ports Group.
7 sides, 7 Emirates, and this is the trophy. It's a lovely, simple design, actually. I have to say.
لطواف الإمارات للسيدات.
Looks heavy.
Thank you very much to our presenters for being with us for this portion of the presentation. Thank you very much as they leave the stage. The trophy has been presented. It's now time to move on to the second part of our presentation as we get ready to present the winners' jerseys. We'd like to invite onto the stage our next dignitaries and guests. Thank you very much to our distinguished guests for being with us. We'd like to invite Lieutenant Colonel Ahmed Abdullah Al-Shurafi, Traffic and Patrols Director at Al Ain Region, Dr. Mira Saeed Al-Kaibi, Acting President of the National Academy for Childhood Development, and His Excellency Engineer Mansour Boursaber, the UAE Cycling Federation Chairman.
دعونا ندعو كل من المقدم أحمد عبد الله الشريفي مديرية المرور ودوريات منطقة العين والدكتورة ميرا سعيد الكعبي رئيس الأكاديمية الوطنية لتنمية الطفولة بالإنابة. يرافقهم سعادة المهندس منصور بوعصيبة رئيس اتحاد الإمارات للدراجات الهوائية، وترافقهم أيضا السيدة ندى المدفع رئيس الهوية التجارية مبادلة، والدكتورة عائشة المهري المدير التنفيذي الإقليمي برجيل العين برجيل القابضة، والسيد زيدان ويليامز التربية البدنية في أكاديمية العين البريطانية الدار.
We'd like to also invite Ms. Nada Al-Midfa, the head of brand marketing at Mubadala, Dr. Aisha Al-Mari, regional CEO at Burjeel Hospitals, Al Ain Region, and Zidane Williams, physical education at Aldar Education, Al Ain British Academy.
Staying warm up here. It's a Dutch jersey over a Dutch national champions jersey, but green jersey to collect.
Sponsored by Mubadala and signifying the winner of the points classification.
نقدم لكم قائدة القميص الأخضر لمتصدرة النقاط برعاية مبادلة.
Please welcome the winner of the green jersey for the points classification, the winner of 3 stages here in this UAE Tour. Please welcome from SD Works Pro Time, Lorena Wiebes.
For the 3rd consecutive year, the Dutch champion Lorena Wiebes, with an imperious performance in the sprints, scoops the final points classification jersey. She never in doubt, really. Maximum haul from the finishes.
And the trophy
nothing to
will be
touch here,
presented
really.
by
Looks like it was getting a little bit tighter as the week went on. Couple of difficult sprints on days 2 and 3, but she found a way through on each occasion. Remarkable 9-stage victories in her visits to this event.
Points classification for the Green Mubazzarah jersey from SD Works Pro Time, Lorena Wiebes.
She's the dominant force in the finishes. Great start of the season. She had a 100% record going into today. It's been pared back ever so slightly. Still pretty strong. Lorena Wiebes with Giro d'Italia women on her roster this year. In the end, it was just 7 points as Lara Gillespie took some bonus sprints at the road, but issue never really in doubt. And Wiebes commanding at the top of the points overall standings.
Presented by Virgin.
نقدم لكم قائدة القميص الأبيض وهو لأفضل دراجة شابة تحت 23 عاما ليكرم المواهب الصاعدة في السباق برعاية برجيل القابضة.
We now welcome the winner of the white jersey, the best young rider in this race at the top of Jebel Hafeet, riding for the team of Picnic Post NL, Eleonora Chabocco.
Stunning performance on the final day from Eleonora Chabocco, and on seats Zoe Backstedt from the command of that white jersey classification, finishing 6th overall. With it taking that white jersey. Second on the stage of Tour de l'Ardèche last year, which seems to have been an important event for
the trophy this time will be presented by Dr. Mira
for signaling breakout performances at World Tour level. 10th overall in Tour de Suisse women last year as well. 21-year-old from Macerata.
The winner of the best young rider classification for the white Virgil jersey, riding for Picnic Post NL, Eleonora Chabocco.
And she signed with the Team Picnic Post NL squad through to the conclusion of 2028, so they got her on a long-term deal. With the team for a couple of years now.
Eleonora Chabocco, the winner of the best young rider jersey.
Still developing well.
Time now for our final jersey presentation before we move on to the final presentation of the day.
Ultimately 135. Zoe Backstedt finishing 2nd in that category. Brave resistance from the British ruler. Guy Zagato, the Italians abound, and that does bode well, doesn't it, for the future of Italian cycling with a flurry of tricolore in that
the winner of the
top 10.
intermediate sprints from Top Girls Fassa Bortolo, Sarah Lucon.
And the 21-year-old indeed from Top Girls Fassa Bortolo, Sarah Lucon, doing just enough. Proud moment for her. She had to fight for it.
Williams to present this
long-range attack today, delivering the 8 points that were just enough to ensure that she reclaimed the intermediate sprints classification of the Top Girls Fassa Bortolo squad, and that's a proud moment for her, a proud moment for her family.
شكرا لسعادة المهندس منصور بوعصيبة تقديمه الدرع لقائدة القميص الأسود.
We present to you the winner of the intermediate sprints from Top Girls Fassa Bortolo, Sarah Lucon.
Sarah Lucon بطلة بالقميص
Finally, got that one back by the narrowest of margins. And she just missing out by a single point.
We'd like to say thank you to all of our guests on the stage.
And hopefully we'll hear from them very shortly.
If we'd ask you now to leave the stage for our final presentation.
شكرا لكل ممثلي الجهات الحكومية والشركاء وداعمي لطواف الإمارات للسيدات.
We'd like to invite
single point separating Sarah Lucon from Francesca Koch at the end of 4 tough days of racing. Lara Gillespie's adventures in the intermediate sprints to protect the overall bonus seconds for her teammate Lisa Longo Borghini, propelling her up to 3rd in that category, ahead of Sonia Rossetti. Great overhead view of the mountain. Hey, top team. Hey, top team would to be Kenyan's Rams on the crypto.
أفضل فريق في طواف الإمارات للسيدات.
Please welcome the best team in this UAE Tour. They are the Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto team.
Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto.
That's something to celebrate for the squad that's presented Kasia Dama into a decent position, a prime position indeed, going into that final climb. 5th overall for her. Great effort too from Zoe Baxter, finishing 17th overall.
Cromwell and Maria Martins. Time now to present all of the medals to the riders.
Nate Bradbury slipping back a little bit, 28th overall, counting rider, 3rd counting rider there for them.
Presented by His Excellency Dr. Magir Kamis Al-Khaili. To all of our 6 riders in this Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto team. Time to present the trophy. His Excellency Matasel Ali Al Yabouni, and I guess His Excellency Dr. Magir Kamis Al-Khaili will join together in presenting this final trophy to the team that win the best team of this year's race.
شكرا لمعالي الدكتور مغير خميس الخيلي الذي سيقدم درع الفائزات كأفضل فريق في طواف الإمارات للسيدات.
We present to you the winning team in this year's race, Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto.
أفضل فريق في طواف الإمارات للسيدات Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto. شكرا لمعالي الدكتور مغير خميس الخيلي.
There's something to celebrate, and the riders will enjoy that as they head back towards Abu Dhabi and head for flights home and on to the next battle to come.
Thank you very much to the Canyon Schramm Zonda Crypto team. Well, we're just going to have one final photograph up on the stage. We'd like to ask the UAE Tour, the UAE Team ADQ onto the stage for the final presentation.
نطلب من فريق الإمارات ADQ التوجه على مسرح طواف الإمارات.
They didn't win the overall in the team, but I suppose they did because Lisa Longo-Borghini won overall.
Final photograph with UAE Team ADQ. Here they are, the members of the squad, with the winner of the race, Lisa Longo-Borghini, for the final photograph with their team leader having won today's race. Our final opportunity, Salson, to just say thank you to all of the team that have helped them behind the scenes, of course, the sports directors and the sponsors and everybody who goes so far into making this
time for a
happen.
final photo with her teammates. I think we can catch up now with Lisa Longo-Borghini, get her further reflections on the week here in the UAE and the glory on the final day and the success that she was a little bit doubtful that she'd be able to produce, but in the end it was an imperious performance on Jebel Hafeet.
4 UAE Tour have been contested and you have won 3 of them. How big is that?
Yeah, it's actually pretty special. The first victory came completely out of the blue in 2023. Last year we came here with a full goal to win the GC. And this year we took it like a little bit easier. As I said, I had a normal winter. I didn't know where I was standing, but yeah. Seeing what I'm wearing today, it seems like I'm standing in a good position, and now I'm ready for preparing the classics and looking ahead.
So those 3 wins, does that mean that whatever happens in the history of the UAE Tour in the future, your name will remain associated with this race?
Yeah, it's actually pretty special also because I'm riding for the local team, Team UAE ADQ, and having my name, let's say, tagged to UAE Tour, it's something special, I would say.
Do you want more than 3 victories?
If I can win, yes, of course. I like to win.
You're always welcome back in the UAE.
Yeah, I hope so. As long as I have the contract, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's all pretty simple, really, isn't it? Yeah, looking for further glory, and yeah, who doesn't want to win? Certainly, she's got a voracious appetite for success. Another rider who likes to win a bit and wins with almost alarming frequency is Lorena Wiebes. 3 victories this week, winner of the points classification. It's been an ideal start to the season for the Dutch star.
Yeah, green jersey. I haven't seen the green jersey yet. First interview with the green jersey.
Yeah.
Lorena, you expected a different race today at the service of Anna van der Breggen. Can you tell what happened and why she couldn't race?
Yeah, she was feeling sick, so that's why she was not able to race. And yeah, as a team, we didn't want to take the risk also towards a classic season. So yeah, then it's better to focus on the recovery and don't race today, because you can only make it worse.
So for yourself, was it an easier race today?
Yeah, the beginning of the race was actually really easy, and then the U-turn where maybe there could be some echelons was a bit chaos and the speed was going up. And on the climb I was not feeling super good, but we had Steffi also here as our second climber, next to Anna normally. And I think she did a really good job today, and I think we can be really happy with all week how we performed as a team. We were there always together and yeah, chasing back the breakaways in the first 3 stages, and also today the team did again really good with riding together, so I think we can be really happy and satisfied going into the Sprint Classics.
Yeah, 3 stage wins and the green jersey again. You will come back for more?
Yes, who knows, I come back next year, and but first a whole season to go, and it's time to grow to the bigger goals of the season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a perfect start of the season for Lorena Wiebes. Not a bad start of the season too for Elisa Longoborghini, your overall winner of UAE Tour Women 2026. For myself, Declan Quigley, and Martina Gentimo alongside. It's been our very great pleasure to bring you these images during the week. Terrific racing. We'll see you out the road. See you next year for the next edition of UAE Tour Women. But for now, from all of us here, it's goodbye.
Yeah, it's definitely a victory that tastes really well, because as a team we really wanted to win here, and personally Jebel Hafeet is a climb that I have in my heart. I want to thank all the staff members and the team UAE ADQ, because they supported me at the best, and today we were really committed to this victory. We came here not sure about the shape that I had, because we took it a little bit easier this winter, and it was a bit harder to win this year compared to last year. So yeah, I'm very, very happy, and I thank my trainer Paolo Slongo and all the people that are staying behind me and working in the shadow.
سيتوج البطلة بالدرع.
And the winner of the mod-on stage of this year's race from UAE Team ADQ, Elisa. Time now to build up, lifted and presented now to the winner of this race, the winner of the UAE Tour for Women, presented by ADQ.
لتتويج بطلة السباق باليونيتي تروفي، وهو درع الوحدة الذي يعبر عن وحدة وترابط في الإمارات للسيدات. لورا تشابوكو أفضل دراجة شابة تحت 23 عاما في طواف الإمارات.
Before we move on to the final presentation of the day, we're now ready to present the black jersey for the intermediate sprints, which is sponsored by It's from Top Girls Passaportolo, Sarah Lucon.
سارة لوكون بطلة بالقميص الأسود لطواف الإمارات للسيدات.
We'd like to invite now onto the stage His Excellency Mata Suril Ali Al Yabouni, Chairman of Abu Dhabi Cycling Club.
درع الفائزات كأفضل فريق في طواف الإمارات للسيدات.
We present to you the winning team ADQ onto the stage for the final presentation.
نطلب من فريق الإمارات ADQ